Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 29. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to a very special edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Welcome to the TLMC edition. Again, we're going to be featuring a different format entirely here as we do open up with a different format with no vetoes. No vetoes here. We have the starting map already chosen, and it is loser's pick from here on forward, jumping into our first series of the broadcast and spawning in the top left hand corner. Top left hand corner of Percival, we have our pink Protoss player. We have our pink Protoss from South Korea. It is Ateshi. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran. It is Percival. Here we go. I do apologize for the delayed start. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find a lobby when it came to our first match, but we have found our at least next series, and we're jumping in mid-series. Game 1 did go the way of Percival. Now we are jumping into game number 2. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 3. And again, we're able to feature some of the otherwise unfeatured maps in the map pool. Unfortunately, because we missed out on game 1, we missed out on Tokamak. I believe that's the only map that I haven't casted yet. And I may never be able to cast on that map, so bit of a feels bad, man. But hopefully we're able to get into some Tokamak action later on in the broadcast. The fingers crossed, fingers crossed. As now we are going to be jumping in. So far, so good. And again, the purpose of this event is to feature the new TLMC maps. The reasoning for this, of course, is the Team Liquid map contest. Voting is now open, and voting is closing on Sunday. Voting is closing at the end of the week, so we are here to feature these new maps while we can to ideally inform the people when it comes to what maps they enjoy, what maps they want, and what maps to vote for in the upcoming TLMC. Oh boy, here we go. Otherwise, game predictions, they must have closed by now. I didn't intentionally put it in round 1. Yeah, feels bad, man. Feels bad. Oh, no. Maybe next time. Maybe next time we'll be able to feature some Tokamak. Maybe next time. Oh, true, true. Yo, shout out to Patches. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. As it is now open. Meanwhile, coming into this, we do have our standard openers. Also, welcome one all to Percival. Percival is a map that we have casted many times on the channel already. We have a gold base on the right hand side. We have this alley of speed zones, and we have a healing pad here on the right hand side as well. So plenty of features here. Fun fact, by the way, despite having the healing pad, we have never seen the healing pad actually in action. We've had a lot of aggressive and even macro games on this map, and players have not touched the pad, most likely because they're unaware of it. I'll be honest, I don't think the players are fully aware of the features of the map. We have seen the goal base come into play. I'm reminded of Christiana versus ByuN over the weekend in Sparkling Tuna Cup, but have yet to really see that healing pad. There are some air blockers, bear that in mind. There's some air blockers on top of it to make sure that units like Oracle or just air units in general cannot make use of the pad itself, which I do think is a good addition. I do think that could negatively impact certain matchups, especially ZVP and Stargate openers would be incredibly powerful if the Oracle can just back off and heal up. But for the time being, we're settling into our opener. So far, nothing too crazy. Getting to our 1-1-1 back at home. We did have a scout from Percival here, trying to get a read on the tech of choice. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Ateshi, and we'll see how our players do play this out. Twilight Council blink. Helene moves out. Yo, shout out to the turtle. Shout out to that turtle. I saw Jumy use it once to heal a probe. Game changer. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Crazy, Bobby. Crazy. As that she does take the third. Taking his third base behind this, so just 2 gate blink into a third. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised here. Did I say 2 gate blink? Really, 1 gate blink into a third base. Very greedy build here by Ateshi. Ateshi is usually known for aggression, usually known for all in, so I'm a little bit surprised to see the polar opposite of him going for hyper greed, but we'll see if he can keep up. As here comes the first drop across the map from Percival. Ateshi back home has built up towards 4 stalkers so far. Blink is about to finish up just in time for the drop. As Percival does make his way in. So far, does drop off. does scout the tech, is aware, stalkers, they can respond in time. Ooh, they avoid the Widowmine, not bad. Widowmine is avoided, medevac goes down, and with that, Ateshi should be able to hold on without losing too much here. Workers are going to be focused down, and with that 1, 2, up to 4 probes do fall, so some okay damage towards the end. We get a full scout. Unfortunately, the medevac didn't survive. Medevac did not survive. Medevac was hunted down. With that, Ateshi does defend well. Likewise, hunts down another Widowmine, and Ateshi holds. Ateshi does hold on. Back across the map, we have Percival still settling in, getting to his own upgrades, back extra racks on the way, getting to our 3, eventually 5 rack setup, building up towards a longer game state. Now, I didn't really get to talk much about the map itself. The map is pretty straightforward when it comes to its main attack path. Likewise, short rush distance by air, short rush distance by ground as well. We do typically favor aggression here. Oh my god, Ateshi, up! No shot! He misses! No, okay, he does try to pivot back around, but no, he barely does miss the Raven. Raven does survive. Going to be spotted here by the probe and by the pylon, thankfully. Ateshi does notice, but a little too late. The Raven will get past. Ateshi forced to recall back home. Alas doesn't quite catch that Raven. He was so close. I know. He was so close, man. Raven dips in. Going for the sentry. Ooh, does get it. Nice pickup. Sentry goes down. Ateshi's still back at home defending instead of being active on the map containing his opponent, as Percival is building up. The Raven will keep Ateshi busy. Does keep him busy back at home. Meanwhile, we should be building up towards that sim timing. Stim is halfway done alongside combat shields. Percival, he will soon move out. Ateshi is at least aware, did have the spotter adept. Likewise, observers coming in. Trying to get eyes on the main army. Ateshi looking for that Raven, didn't quite find it. Didn't quite lock it down. But does spot the move out. That's up to Ateshi here to try to slow down this army. Charge is almost done. No forge. No +1. No +1 for Ateshi. Peeking away at the Marines. Does pick away at them, but again, doesn't really bring any down. I think that's 1 Marine falling. And the boys are being pulled. the boys are being pulled. Percival, it's all or nothing here. He's going for the 2-base all in. He is committed. The Raven meets up with the main army. We have that missile available, the anti-armor missile. Going for the main force. Oh, gets a missile off. Missile does pop up. Likewise, 3rd base is going to be forfeit, but it's not about the 3rd, it's about the natural. Colossus is on the way, just in time. And Colossus has arrived. Likewise, Ateshi moving in. Catching out some of the SCVs. Oh, we save them! Despite the force fields, Percival, yo, he saves his boys. Let's go. I mean, he cares about his workers back. Oh my god. Tanks are moving in. Laying siege 1 the natural. Ateshi being forced further and further back here. He has to engage while pushing into 3 tanks. Oh my god. It's going to be brutal. Yeah, Percival, he has locked down this position. A 4th, a 5th tank has arrived. And Ateshi cannot stop this. He can try to hold on to the ramp at least. The tanks are moving in. The bay goes down. Ateshi's trying to catch reinforcements. Trying to collapse in, and we'll get a couple of Marines. A couple of Marines go down, but liberation has arrived. And Percival, he's here. He's here to give freedom to Ateshi. Oh my god. Oh! Raven takes a couple of hits. Percival, he will break through. Missile goes off, does connect. Second Colossus has arrived, true. Up to 2 Colossus, but the Stalkers, they just cannot touch this army. They cannot get close. Tanks now within range of the gateways. We try to collapse in, as Zealots just get annihilated. And Percival, he has done it. He ignores the main, just goes straight for the 3rd instead. Secures the kill. Tanks are exposed, and Zealots, they can get on top of the tanks. They can try to at least. But the target firing on the Colossus is brutal. Both Colossus go down. And GG, well played, gets called. Percival, he will take the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Percival, he will claim the series, will advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, who is waiting for him in the quarterfinals. We're here to find out. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves as we head on over here and catch up on the bracket again. Do apologize for the delayed start, but now the bracket is underway. We do have our first round somewhat wrapping up, and now we're getting into round number 2. We have our quarterfinals. We have Solar. Solar is the #1 seed of the tournament, is waiting in those upper matches, waiting for the winner of Shameless and Greenert. We have Jumy. Jumy's up against Percival in the next round. We have ByuN. ByuN, of course, is waiting for his next opponent, either Nicoract or Mute. And we have Gerald versus Rebellion in the lower quarterfinals. The quarterfinals is getting underway. Still waiting for a couple of round 16 matches. Here we go. As we do set up. To set things up here for our next TVP. Is going to be TVP here between Percival and Jumy. And as a reminder, both semifinals are going to be covered on stream, so we do have that ahead of us as well. Just getting into our Terran versus Protoss game on once again on Persephone. Let's go. Starting map is going to be on Persephone here, and we'll see where this series leads us. Just got my pizza. Oh no, not the pizza. Here we go. We're getting into our next fresh series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have our German Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as well, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Percival. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets here on who you think will claim the series, whether it will go the way of Percival or Jumy. Best of luck in the chat, as this is this time a fresh best of 3. And again, we've seen plenty of Persephone already at this point. We have been able to, yeah, I think not quite every series, but quite often has been even chosen by players, which we do appreciate. Do appreciate it. As we get into this, big shout out to Turbo Quacker in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the star. Thank you, Papi. Thank you so much. To the gifted sub to ByuN in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. As the eBay is being thrown down. And so far we have the eBay block here from Percival. Does lay the expansion, not bad. So early on we have Percival just going to be disrupting the opener of Jumy. Jumy forced to make the initial Zealot, and likewise forced to pull a couple of boys as well. So we do cause some inadvertent damage or some economic damage early on here already. As Jumy, his expansion is going to be delayed. And back at home, Percival follows us up with the factory. Again, we can't quite afford the earlier CC just because of the eBay, just because of the investment into a building. Meanwhile, I believe Jumy does cancel in time. It does cancel the Zealots, going for the natural. Goes for the natural base. Here soon, getting into our take of choice, and my eyes are on Percival here. We're waiting for the factory, and we are setting up for the proxy starport. Okay, so Percival going for the 1-1-1. Oh, CC on the high ground. SCV is in position. Show us what you got. For now, add-on swapping to Hellions. Now, we spoke earlier how one of the big features on this map is close rush distance by air. True. Close rush distance by air, and with that we're making full use of that with that proxy starport, with that Hellion drop into the main base. Speaking of short rush distance by air, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Jumy, not a Twilight Council. Bold move by the likes of Jumy, and we'll see if he can hold on, we'll see if he can defend, we'll see if he goes Oracle first or Phoenix. Are building up. Aliens are building up back at home. Yo, shout to Monster. As Jumy, he does scout, he does confirm. Does get eyes on the starport, is aware of the drop into the main. And we'll see if Jumy can keep up with this. As Hellions, they move out. Making their way towards the natural. Percival chopping into the main. Oh, does dive in. Yeah, just rushes past. I mean, he knows he got scouted. Probes a line up. So far, 3 workers going to be going down. Up, just the initial 3. Getting it 4 towards the end. Percival, he does save 2 of the Hellions. But the Oracle will shut this down. Getting 1 more volley off. Maybe another. Oh, just barely. Barely gets 6. Gets 6 probe kills. Does get a scout of the tech. Is aware of the Stargate and will be shut down as he attempts to boost away. On the one hand, does at least scouts, but 4 Hellions for 6 probes, bearing in mind the medevac will most likely fall as well. It was a rough trade here for Percival. Not quite getting as much damage as he had wanted. And back at home, expanding, turtling up. Cyclone has arrived, building up towards the tank, building up his bio army, hoping to defend, him to survive. Does hope to. These boys are being pulled. So far we go for lift on Cyclone. Nice pick off here by Jumy, going straight for the Cyclone. Adepts they wreak havoc. SCV's going to be going down. Yeah, Jumy just abusing the start here. Again, he was able to shut down the Hellions. The Cyclone production was delayed as a result. And barely gets 8 SCV kills. And can he get the Cyclone the mass repair? Up! Up! Will barely not get it. Oh my god. Cyclone does survive with that Percival holds, but at a cost of 8 SCVs. Again, his own Cyclone production or anti-air even was delayed because of the drop play. Jumy in a good position. Likewise, he's not done. Does throw in the proxy, does throw in the pylon, looking to reinforce. And Percival, he's stuck at home. For the near future, Percival, he should just be stuck at home. Now, Percival, as we saw in the last game, he's not afraid to go for things like 2 base all-ins and to commit, but we'll see how much he can really build up here. He's got 2 tanks for the time being, and he's still trying to maintain himself. He does get eyes on the proxy, he's aware. Oh, rotating over. The Cyclone is exposed. Alas, the bio army is close enough. Yep, forces a cancel, and Jumy's plans for aggression are denied. The pylon does go down, and Percival holds. Percival, he's holding behind this Jumy, getting his 3rd base up and running, of course taking up towards charge. So Phoenix is into charge lots. And speaking of charge, that's a lot of gateways. that's a massive gateway explosion, getting up to 8 gates. Building up to 8 gateways, staying on 3 gases. Now, as Jumy's still building up his production, Percival is the first to move out. It's a lot of Phoenixes. Jumy diving into the mineral lines, going for the SCVs. And at this point, Percival, he's committed. It's all or nothing here. Actually, should be losing so much, too much back at home. 3 more SCV kills. Jumy, he recalls back. He realizes, hold up. Where's the army? Where's the main army? Something is wrong. Percival with the fake out, he does confirm the charge ults, and Percival, he backs off. Not bad. Again, there was nothing at home to defend. There was 0 turrets, 0 marines. Those Phoenixes, they could have had their way with that mineral line, but Jumy, he got terrified, he got scared, he recalled, and in the end, Percival, he gets away with it. Does get away with it. Upon taking charge again, he's trying to get out of here. Oh, he will lose the Cyclone. Cyclone does go down. Charge will diving in, going for the bio. And there might just be too much Protoss here. Yeah, the Marines are running out of Marines, running out of anti-air. Jumy, he will overwhelm, takes down the Phoenixes, and gets 2 of the tanks. Percival barely holding on, but remember, Jumy behind this is now getting a 4th. His economy is booming. Percival is struggling here on 2 bases, no 3rd CC in sight, not yet, throws down 2 more Maxes. He can't. Do you think Jumy tried to heal? Say, let me in, Papi, let me in. Ah, no. Feels Jumy, man. Again, there are air blockers over the healing pad. So Phoenixes are unaffected. They cannot really take advantage of that. Yeah, and at this point, it's actually we're getting into Ghost. Let's go 2-base Ghost. But the only way for Percival to try to claim this game here is a 2-base all-in. That's the only way. Unfortunately, Jumy sees everything. He does spot the army. He sees the move out. Jumy back at home should be reinforcing with more zealots. Colossus are on the way. Jumy, in a sense, is being greedy, getting another expansion. That is true. He's getting a 4th. Just need more war pins. There we go. Zealots have amassed. EMPs are available. Tanks versus siege. Decent EMPs here on the Zealots, but they just collapse over the tanks. Tanks are the first to go down. And Jumy, he has more than enough. He has plenty here to defend. He shuts down the army. Will punish those medevacs. And Jumy is going to take a lead in the series. GG gets called. Jumy takes game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Jumy does take a lead in the series, and again, just a really strong start from Jumy. As a reminder for those who weren't here for the start of the game did begin with Percival going for a proxy starport into a Hellion drop into the main, but alas, he was unable to really get much economic damage done. He was unable to really, I mean, he got 6 probe kills for 4 Hellions and a medevac as well. He was shut down, he was contained by the Phoenixes, and Jumy was able to snowball out of control. More importantly, right after that Hellion aggression, it was so important that Jumy counterattacked then and there. If you remember, that's when he killed 8 SEVs. That's where he was able to disable the Cyclone. That's also where Percival, he did decide to make a tank after the first Cyclone instead of a second Cyclone, so his anti-air was very limited, and alas, Percival did fall then and there. Or I should say, Jumy gained a lead. He gained an advantage, gained map control, and Percival, he was just stuck at home from then on forward. But now we're getting into game 2. Now we're jumping into game 2. And we'll see if Percival can bounce back. Again, it is going to be Percival's map of choice. It is loser's pick. Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? Game 2 is it going to be on Kill Switch. Let's go. Going to be loading into that second game. Players are getting ready. Just catching up with the chat. All in. Percival would never. Cap. Oh, so we're getting some other updates. Looks like the first round is concluding. Is wrapping up. Do love to see it. Shameless just looked down Greeners at 2-1, now up against Solar in the next round. Likewise, Nicoract versus Mute, still ongoing. Still mid-series. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Kill Switch, we have our blue Terran player. We have our South Korean Terran. It is Percival. And spawning in the top, or in the right-hand side, in the right-hand side of a Kill Switch, we have our German Protoss player, the green Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And we're leading to a map that I'm very unfamiliar with. I've casted once only on Kill Switch so far. Oh, and it's not gonna be a long one, is it? Never mind. As Jumy does open up Proxy Gate. So it's opening up Proxy Gate here. Honestly, Kill Switch has a lot of unique factors. I appreciate just how much there's going on. We have slow zones coming into the main base. We have a Zelnaga tower in the main that you can gain access to by knocking down rocks, by mining through mineral patches. We have minerals, gold minerals even, leading out into the open, out into these southern expansions. Likewise, in the center, there's destructible slow zones. You can knock down this tower and destroy the slow zones, which is crazy. Likewise, you have minerals and a tower here towards the natural. Like, there's a lot going on. I would love to cast a little bit more on it, But we'll see if we can get into the mid game here. I would appreciate to. Like, there's a lot of unique features, but Jumy, the gateway, is on the way. It's going to be a 2-gate setup, one at home, one across the map. The goal here is to punish the CC on the low ground. We can see Percival going double gas though. Double gas opener out of Percival, going for the faster factory in the main, and ideally if he gets a CC on the high ground, he should be safe and sound against the Zealot. It's going to be Zealot, it's going to be an adept across the map to reinforce, to send out, and we'll see how much damage Jumy can get done. Again, ideally he did want to try to force a cancel or delay the CC, but there is no command center on the low ground. Not yet, at least. Meanwhile, as we're jumping in, shout out to Ryan in the chat. Ryan Victor's God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. I'm assuming a ladder session was involved when it comes to StarCraft, but regardless, thank you so much. Do appreciate it. As Percival, he does go for the factory, he does go double reactor, or he does go reactor, double Reaper. CC is going to be on the low ground, but Percival, he will have additional units to work with. Zealous can still be quite tanky though, so Jumy can at least force a delay on the CC. So we go, Stalker has arrived. Ooh, and oh no, it does run into the Zealots. First Reaper goes down. Yeah, rough miss up there. There's a cancellation. So far, Jumy, he gets what he wanted. All he wanted was to cancel the CC. Did pull it off. Boys being pulled. And from here, he can maybe pick off a couple of SCVs. Has it building on additional Reapers even. Widowmine as well. Back at home, Jumy is expanding, of course. Is expanding, and he should get a couple of SCVs. There we go, another worker going to be going down. Zoning back the Reapers. Widowmine has arrived, and with the help of the Widowmine, takes down the Zealot. Zealot goes down to 2 Adepts and a Stalker. And again, this is just all about delaying the expansion for as long as possible. As he gets 2, 3 SCV kills, getting up to 4. Oh god, getting up to 4. And this is already brutal damage. Now, eventually, of course, Percival, he will break out. Will eventually break out. But how much can he get done? Takes down both Adepts. Hunts down the Stalker. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have our initial gateway. Now the Stalker will slow down the counterattack. Oh! Gets another Reaper. Takes down another Reaper. And Jumy has plenty of time here to warp in, to reinforce. Yes, one Stalker here at the natural. And Jumy is in a strong position. He's in a strong position. He's ahead economically. His natural's already up and running. Percival, he's stuck on one base. He's expanding, that is true, but it is a very delayed expansion from Percival. Does move out. He's got a Cyclone. Time to counterattack. Shield battery is just now finishing up. Only 2 Stalkers. There we go. 3rd Stalker's on the way. Bearing in mind, second gateway does finish. He's on 2 gates. 2 gates back at home. Gets a lock on, but the shield battery is going to be enough. Whew. Shield battery is enough to defend. Reaper gets a full scout of the main base, and Percival, he does confirm the Twilight Council opener. Does confirm. And Jumy does hold. He holds on. And again, I would say that Jumy's still in a better position. Percival, catches out a Stalker. Not bad. He gets 1. He's going to get 2. Uh-oh. He might get all 3, actually. Yeah, Jumy, he overextends. Bleeds out 3 Stalkers. Ay, for nothing. It's a very nice catch from Percival. Again, a very necessary trade that he's been needing here, just because he had a rough opener. Again, Cyclones, they maintain map control. Jumy stuck in his natural, just getting a little bit too excited. As he does take down another Stalker. Another Stalker falls, tank pushing in. That pylon is looking quite exposed. He's going for the pylon. Tank is a bit out of range, just barely. You can see he's trying to bait the army into tank range, but still a little bit further back. Pylon is going to go down, depowers everything. Yeah, deep house the Robo. Jumy, he's in trouble here. Trying to hold on. Oh. Lead out a Stalker. Robo under fire, and he's going to bring it down as well. The boy's being pulled. Oh, the Robo does fall, just barely, and gets the mineral land as well. Jumy, he's in trouble. Loses the Robo. 15 probe kills. Stalkers as well, going to be falling. The Cyclone, it pops off. Oh my god. Takes down another 2 Stalkers. And Jumy, again, he bled out so much in the lead up to this. Remember, he lost 3 Stalkers earlier on. Likewise, Pylon was exposed. GG gets called, and Percival, he will tap the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Here we go. So we're getting into our next game. Getting into the ace match. Getting into the ace match here. And we'll see how this story ends. We'll see where this takes us. Oh, let's go. For the first time tonight, yo. We casting on Tokamak? Maybe. Potentially. Not getting in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. Whew. We'll see if he can bounce back, as this is his map of choice. It is Jumy. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Percival. Go. We are getting into the ace match here. Again, we'll see how this story ends. We'll see who can make it through into that next round. As now we can get into the map. We can okay, let's go. Tokamak, as opposed to some of the now I remember. Okay, there are some unique features when it comes to this map. I think most notably, of course, here we have these hybrid bases in the center of the map. Likewise, though, there are also some destructible towers. So because of that, it feels like incredibly risky here to attempt to expand and take these bases, as they can't even be punished by the opposing player by knocking down these towers that will, I believe, destroy those mineral patches. So interesting. Interesting feature here. So we do have this kind of setup here towards the center. Outside of that, we do have a more defendable natural here. There is a ramp coming in towards the natural. Likewise, choke one here on the right hand side at the linear third base. Triangular third is going to be more exposed, more open. There is no high ground advantage here. There's the same plane of elevation towards that third. Likewise, an open area as well, or an open ramp, open choke point. Not even a choke point even. So yeah, it's got its own quirks here. Has its own quirks. I appreciate it. Speaking of, hello Jumy. What's going on? Does hide his probe. Does hide his probe towards the left hand side. Meanwhile, Percival back at home, double gas opener, double gas into, once again, Reacted Reaper. This is actually the same build that he had gone for last game. Double gas opener, Reacted Reaper into CC on the low ground. Likewise, no scout across the map, so the same build 2 games in a row. We saw that Percival was quite successful with it in the last game, but a part of that was also just how aggressive and how quirky the opener was, even from the side of Jumy, where even Jumy was struggling to stabilize and trying to yeah, stabilized mode, for the best word. After the aggression, after the proxy. Jumy throws down his tech of choice, Twilight Council into DT. Shows the Dark Shrine? Question mark? There it is! DT opener out of Jumy. Bold move. Bold move going for the Dark Templar. Now, this can just end the game. We have seen players like ByuN, most notably, to just GG out and tap out. Basically, if Percival, if he mules at the wrong moments, I mean, that's game. That's game then and there. Another factor, of course, is that we could see a Raven opener out of Percival. Those are not the most uncommon in TVP, so that could be another factor coming into this. But now, though, Percival does move out. He's got his Reaper Hellion. His goal here is to break through into the mineral line and to break past that front door. Bearing in mind, Jumy has not scattered. Jumy doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know what's coming his way until now. And the wall is open. The wall is open. Reapers, they bust into the main. Hellions, they race past as well. They're headed for the mineral line. And we'll see how many workers can go down. So far, gets one. Gets one probe. That's A1, getting up to 3 so far. Hellions, they pull out. Oh, they try to pull out. Alas, not far enough. Yeah, Hellions are shut down, and Jumy, he defends. He defends quite well. Sure, he bleeds out 4 probes, but that was 4 workers for what? For 4 Reapers and 2 Hellions. So in the end, Jumy, he does defend. And now it's time for the counterattack. Now, back at home, there is no tech lab here on that starport. Is going Liberator first. Meanwhile, do we have any scans available? So far, no scans. We did just throw down a mule. So we have the mule at the natural. We have no scan in the main base. We have, oh no, he muled, no, he muled. He just muled as well. And with that, DTs that make their way in, they're looking to try to bust into the main. SV is going to be going down, and there's no scan. There is no scan. There is 0 detection. He just mules, papi. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, there's no mining. There's no economy. 0 economy here for Percival. Losing all the SCVs, losing the tank as well. And that's game. That's game. GG, well played. A big gamble. Mules at just the wrong moment. And with that, Jumy takes the series. GG, well played. Again, that's the risk you take. That's the gamble that you take when you go for a proxy Dark Shrine, is that you are hoping that your opponent doesn't hold on to a scan. You're hoping that your opponent mules. You're hoping that your opponent has some good macro. And if they do, can shut them down. Likewise, unfortunately, Percival, he wasn't playing in a way kind of safe enough. He did scout the tech, that is true. He did scout the Twilight Council, most likely just assumed it was going to be Blink. I don't blame him for that assumption, but is shut down by the proxy. Here we go. As we are now getting ready here for our semis, our players are filing in, heading on over here. Let's catch up on the bracket. Let's catch up on the bracket here, as we do have Jumy making it into the semifinals. Jumy has made it in. Likewise, so is Gerald. Gerald takes down Rebellion 2-0. Jumy takes down Percival 2-1. We have our initially 2 semifinalists. Likewise, we have Solar and ByuN still making their way through. We have Solar up against Shameless. We have ByuN up against Mute, looking to make their way into those semis as well. We'll see if upsets can occur. I mean, they have in the past. Best of luck to Shameless, best of luck to Mute. If they can knock down the number 1 and number 2 seeds of the tournament, we'll see if they can be denied those finals. Oh boy, pressure is going to be on. Currently, our players are still mid-series. Oh, currently Mute, he's up against ByuN, but I believe they're just had a game. And we might have our series here. Un momento. Bing bong exports. Beautiful. Okay. So ByuN versus Mute, they're currently mid-series. ByuN is up 1-0, and we can jump into game number 2. Jump into game 2. Let's go. And again, the pressure is now on Mute to bounce back to tie up the series. We'll see if he can. As it looks like game 2 is going to be on Kill Switch. When it comes to our map pool, I should also go over this. The current maps in this tournament map pool are Antimatter, Kill Switch, Last Fantasy, Persephone, Pylon, Steam City, Tokamak, and Torches. There are certain maps here that I haven't been able to feature too much. Like I've casted one game on Pylon. We've casted quite a bit on Last Fantasy. I think I've casted maybe one game on Antimatter. It's the Antimatter. Yeah, I don't think I've casted much on Antimatter. Likewise, I don't think I've casted much on Torches either, or Steam City. But again, that's why we're featuring them. That's why we're featuring them here and now. We're all over them, baby. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the right-hand corner, right-hand side of a Kill Switch, we have our... Actually, I think I'll do it like this. Right-hand side of Kill Switch, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the left-hand side of Kill Switch, we have our blue Protoss player, blue Protoss representing Bing Bong exports from land of Peru. It is Mute. Just catching up. Just catching up. But if you're in the chat, I believe... Yeah, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Place your bets on who you think will make it through. So here we go. We are going to be settling in and calming things down. Now we have our openers. ByuN going for a Rax expand. I mean, we did have a lot of aggressive builds initially here by Percival, going double gas time and time again. This time ByuN calming down, Rax into CC on the low ground, going for something more economic as we load into Kill Switch. Once again, welcome one and all to this for the second time this broadcast. Kill Switch does have slow zones here throughout the map, whether it's slow zones into the main base or of course slow zones here in the center of the map as well. Likewise, the bases, we actually didn't really get to talk about this, but the bases themselves are quite defendable. There's a lot of space here behind the natural mineral line, behind the main mineral line as well, so it can be more difficult to get in with Widowmine drops or with just harass in general, whether it's Widowmine drops, Banshee harass, Liberators as well, even Oracles and Phoenixes. There's a lot more room to punish that sort of playstyle or that form of aggression. If I throw down mules, it's guaranteed I just get supply block to a DT shop. True, just never throw mules down again. Never again. Ah, no. Not like this. As Muji does open up Sentry, goes out for the Hallucination Scouts. Does get eyes on the main. And we have our opener of choice. Going to be a Stargate. Okay, Stargate opener out of Mute. Bold move. Bold move. Come on, just setting up the title. Yeah, so now we have our initial Phoenixes. So just setting up. And likewise, ByuN back at home, just going to be settling in and getting ready for his drop play. Now, with this, not just Widowmine drop, it's going to be Marine Widowmine instead. The goal here is for economic damage, is to get in and get some worker kills, specifically probes, of course. ByuN does boost across the map, and we'll see if we can get by unscouted. So he does run into said slow zones. Phoenixes are building up back at home. I believe ByuN, he has yet to confirm the tech of choice. Doesn't know what he's walking into. But so far, there's only the one. Now seem to be 2 Phoenixes. Marines are dropped in. Going for the pylon. 2 Phoenixes, they can't really engage. They do go for the lift. Oh! But the Phoenix is going to be targeted down. Widowmine does fall. Whew. And Mute, he holds. Mute does hold. Mute does defend. Likewise, Hellion into the natural. Gonna be cleaned up. Just catching up with the chat. I rarely get to tune in live. When I do, I always want to say thank you for the uploads and the hard work. Oh, thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Less than 3. Less than 3, Pat. Do appreciate it. As Mute, he does hold, he does defend. ByuN, he at least escapes with most of his army. He was able to get the hell out of there. Was able to get away. Did lose the Widowmine, but saved the Bayou, saved the Marines. Upper or lower set mines first. Whichever is ready first, Pat. First to be ready. It's gonna be a race. It's ah, no. Solo, Shameless, or ByuN Mute. Which series will be the first to complete? Ah. What that means is that you can eat your pizza. Get your pizza inside. Oh, meanwhile, my apologies. I assumed that you would have to knock down the rocks or you'd have to mine through the minerals. But ByuN, he can actually gain access to it here already. Okay. There you go. I thought it would take a little bit more to actually get access to the Zelnaga, but never mind. ByuN, he's good. I don't know if that's intentional, by the way. I don't know if it's meant to be that you have to mine through extra resources, or it should take a little bit longer to actually gain access to the Zelnaga based on the rocks being there. But regardless, ByuN, he does have a control. But now Phoenix is going to be zoned away. And ByuN does break out. Did he mine one patch? I believe he did. I believe there was a patch here that he mined through. But I guess what I'm getting at is you don't have to mine everything, is what I'm getting at. Is that you can get close enough even without mining through everything. ByuN, he does push. At the same time, Order Tower goes in distract here towards the main. ByuN headed towards that third, and the third is so isolated. We do try to move in, but that's a brutal choke point. Speaking of, tank flow is going to be going up. Mute, he cannot push through this. Oh my god. Yeah, that ramp is brutal. Does lift the tank though. Tank gets lifted. Army breaks out. Zealots, they get punished. ByuN, he stims in. He wants the Phoenixes. He gets them. Takes down one. Takes down the Immortal. And he's going for the kill. He's going for the Colossus. Barely doesn't get it. Whew. Mute, he pulls away in time. Shield battery is done. And Mute holds. He does hold. Likewise, did I say holds? Barely, not even. He defends the base, but he won't defend the third. Third is gonna fall, bleeds out the mineral line, bleeds out the Colossus, the Immortals, the Phoenixes, losing everything here at the expansion. Again, this choke point, this ramp was just so brutal trying to work towards or trying to work through. Mute bled out too much. The expansion, is it gonna live? Up! He saves it! He barely saves it. Down to 70. Oh no, he comes in! The snipe! ByuN with the snipe, he dips in, he stims the hell out of there. Worth it in the end. Mute with a punish. Wouldn't mind to set. Ooh. Catching a handful of zealots, and ByuN, he does make it back. Makes it back home, he defends. Does secure himself. ByuN is holding on. Mute's otherwise lost his third base. Now he mines through those patches. Now he does open up that ramp. Looking to secure himself. secure himself. ByuN pushing in. He's got his 4 Widow Mines. I mean, the Phoenix count was reset. We have any Colossus so far, 0. First Colossus is on the way. ByuN is going in for the kill. Colossus does arrive in time to hold on. He does hold the line, does defend, saves his 3rd base, but ByuN has map control. From here, ByuN, he can look to expand, get a 4th CC. Right now, taking his gases, taking up into towards that Ghost Academy, and yeah, that CC's on the way, on location. It is greedy here by ByuN, but ByuN has map control. Like, he has the freedom to do so. Mute also going for the 4th. Let's go. Ooh, meanwhile, ByuN, I mean, he can rotate between the 3rd and the natural even. Yeah, kind of an awkward angle of defense here for Mute. Has to rush back over. Might just going off in a handful of zells. Nice force fields. Very nice. ByuN does lift up. Does pull away. But yeah, this position can be difficult to hold on to. Mute, he misses the rotation. Army gets into the mineral line. Oh my god. Yeah, just the vision here is just so crucial to be able to keep up with those rotations. As it does favor the aggressing player, ByuN takes down the expansion, GG gets called, takes down the 3rd for a 2nd time, and ByuN, he pulls Mute apart, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he will claim the series. And with that, we have both semifinals ready. Let's go. We have both semifinals ready, but I believe the upper semis was wrapped up first. Oh, good. GG, well played. ByuN will claim the series. And up next, we do have our ZVP between Jumy and Solar. Let's go. As again, they were initially ready for us. Here we go. We have our ZVP. We have our ZVP. Game 1 is going to be on Antimatter. Okay. So we have our semis. It's going to be Solar versus Jumy alongside ByuN versus Gerald. Those are 2 matches that are ahead of us. Both best of 3s, and of course the best of 5 grand finals. Again, as a reminder, the purpose of this event, more than anything, is to feature the new maps, is to feature the new TLMC map pool, I should say. So the starting map is going to be Antimatter, and then Loser's Pick. Go. So we are getting ready. But again, if you're in the chat, hope you're all enjoying the broadcast. Hope you're enjoying the new maps as well. When it comes to the Team Liquid map contest, when it comes to the TLMC, we do have voting currently open. I don't think there's a command for it, but do I have the copy pasta? Yeah. We got the copy pasta. We're gonna get some Terran representation of those plushies. True, true. I keep saying it. One of these days. One of these days. But I do have the Marines. I do have the Marines. But one of these days, soon TM, we'll have a little photo shoot. We'll have a photo shoot. It'll be amazing. It'll be beautiful. With the Marines. Here we go. Hopefully we're able to jump in though. Jumy, he's I know Jumy's he's eating pizza right now. I know he's I know he is busy eating pizza, and hopefully he comes back to us. So just catching him in the chat. But yes, one of these days I'll get Jesus, my hair is unruly today. One of these days I'll get that plushie photo shoot going. Not just for the Marines, but I have the new Zergling. I've got like the Derp Fester. I think someone was suggesting that we have a different pairing of plushies depending on the matchup, right? For PvP and TVT and ZVP. Does sound like a lot of work, but it sounds fun and definitely something that I would love to see. Oh god. Okay, we're good. Jumy's back. You could just use nothing for toss and say it's a DT. True. It's there, can't you see? Do you not have detection? Do you not have a scan? Are you Percival? Feels bad, man. feels bad. Too soon, baby, too soon. But here we go. We are getting into our. Oh my god! Have I never cast on this map before? It's very green. Jesus. But we're loading into Antimatter and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Antimatter. We have our German Protoss player, our green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are spawning into Antimatter for the first time. I've never cast on this map. We have a pocket expansion. It is going to be, of course, you can gain access to this via these mineral patches. There are slow zones and rocks as well towards the south side, so there's quite a lot to work through depending on how we wanted to expand later on in the game and take a fourth base. We do have our pocket. Likewise, we have our natural base here as well on the right hand side, so we have a pretty secure 3-base setup here in our corner of the map. This is a large map of the map pool, very macro oriented, but let's go. We have the Shazam logo. We have the lightning bolt. Beautiful. It looks quite sick, actually. I'm loving the effect. But this is the Shazam map. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish that this lightning bolt was visible on the minimap. That'd be ideal. Meanwhile, we have our linear fourth base on the right hand side. Likewise, looking pretty secure here. We have a choke point on the right. Likewise, we have our ramp coming in between the bases here towards the triangular third base. Likewise, more rocks, more ramp. We do have an entry point towards the left hand side. I believe that is not a ramp, just a regular attack path here towards that fourth. But in general, it does feel like more of a macro map where it does feel a little bit more defendable here on 4 bases. The bases are a little bit more spread out, that is true. But we'll see how our players will approach this. As Solar, he does go for a very fast third base. He actually cancels. He skips his second queen. So he skips the second queen, gets a much faster expansion. I mean, greed is the name of the game here on this map. I appreciate that the players are also saying interesting. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to get into here when it comes to the third base, the fourth base, the slow zones, the rocks, the mineral patches. We got a gold over here. Played one so far. There you go. Oh no, Jumy. Oh no. It's okay. You'll be. It's okay, baby. It's okay. Oh, they can bond. They can bond against Terran. Yeah. Feels Terran, man. See, Panel versus Medivacs. I mean, I think what I said before here is applicable to that when it comes to how spread out the bases are. Because the bases are more spread out, I'm referring to like Abyssal Reef, for example. Abyssal Reef, the bases are so congested, they're so close together. Here, because of how spread out they are, it can be more difficult to keep up with something like drop play. I can definitely see that happening. But we'll see. We'll see how we open up. So far, Stargate. Stargate opening out of Jumy. Again, a secured expansion, so Jumy just rushes into his third. So it's going to be a gate into Stargate into Nexus. So a very greedy build here by Jumy. Very greedy. Now, because of how, I'll be honest, because of how defendable this map feels, or how easy it is to get into a three-way setup initially, especially when it comes to certain matchups, I don't know if this map is going to get a lot of votes, but we'll see, we'll see. Just because I know that a lot of, I feel like a big sentiment currently for map makers and the map community is to make maps a little bit smaller, to make them a little bit smaller, to make them more punishable as well. You know, a big sentiment was to try and deal and trying to avoid like turtle games and more turtle styles. This is also why there was like a big outcry against maps like Abyssal Reef and Neo Violet Square and King's Cove. You know, those three maps are, you know, very, very, like, they do favor turtle play quite a bit. And why it was so controversial that those three maps were chosen to be in the map pool. Jesus, I was rushing into Skytoss. Oh my god. And Solar Scouts, by the way, he does see the Cyber Core, sees the Warp Gate is done, and sees it researching. So that's a big tell, a big sign for Solar, as the Jumy is just rushing into Tempest, or into Carrier, as the Stargates are on the way. Overlord Scout is denied, but the Lings, they see everything. And what do we have? Lair. Lair is on the way. Oracle dips in, gets zoned back. And due to the scout, we should be seeing a Spire, I would imagine, from Solar. He could try to go for a Hydra Den, but because the map is so large, I don't really see Hydra pushes working out too well here. So Queen Corruptor should be the go-to. Void Ray moves out. Void Ray does move out. He's going to be deflected. Behind this, the layer is now done, and we're waiting for either the Spire or the Hydra Den. Show us what you got. Spire. Yep, Spire's on the way. As we mentioned, Hydras don't make a lot of sense on this map. If this was a smaller map, then a Hydra Den would make more sense when it comes to trying to kill the Protoss before they build up any carriers. But the map is just so large and so defendable here on this three-base setup that Hydras wouldn't really be as viable. So it's going to be Queen Corruptor. Queen Corruptor here from Solar. Lings, they poke in. They're checking for any fourth bases. Yo, there's a bunch of like red areas on the map. I don't know what they're color coded here to this ramp, actually, this ramp visual. It's this ramp, and this ramp here under the mineral patches on the minimap. I don't know if you can see, but because that, it makes it like, I look at the minimap, I'm like, oh, are their Lings ready for a run by? Cause Solar's red. So yeah, for whatever reason, these ramps, they show red on the minimap, which is a little bit jarring as a caster, as someone who's trying to like see where the Lings are and where they're headed. Yeah, there's like other little red spots as well. They're not the slow zones. They're not the yeah, there's whatever's here. Interesting. But Jumy's crazy. Jumy, he sneaks all the way around. He's going for the fourth, going for the gold even. Likewise, making 3 carriers at a time. Meanwhile, Solar, he's already producing Corruptor. Again, as we mentioned before, he's already aware of the commitment into Skytoss. He doesn't get confirmation, though, of the main. So, for all he knows, it could be, like, initially some Skytoss into a charge follow-up. Classic did popularize going for that kind of fake-out and trying to force an overreaction. This is also why we have Roach Speed on the way. Again, it is not uncommon to open up even 1 Stargate, make, like, 2-3 Tempests, and then go into charge. As a follow-up instead, into a ground composition. So right now, Solar, he's playing safe, he's playing blind. That's why he's investing into those roaches, just in case he needs to. Meanwhile, Ling, Corruptor moves out, and this base is so isolated. How do we save this expansion? Jumy being too greedy. Yeah, Lings have arrived, the rocks have not been knocked down, and the base should be cancelled. Carriers, they can try to respond, but they're Corruptors, and yeah, he's gonna cancel. Like, there's... does it let it finish? Ooh, okay. Does cancel the expansion. Jumy is contained on 3 bases. Again, he just was being a little bit too greedy. He's not set up to actually protect and take that forth. Corruptors, they rotate. They do rotate on over. Creep is spreading, and so far Solar, he's checking for the 4th. I mean, he has a Ling in position. There's no other 4th on the way. Corruptors, they go for the dive. And the carriers are so exposed. Yeah, one carrier goes down. Void Rays, they will deter. They will zone back the Corruptors. But at least now Solar sees the army. Now he sees the army for the first time. He's fully aware of the Sky Toss. Ideally, behind this, we see an Infestation Pit in towards Hive Tech. Start working towards Vipers. And Spellcasters in general. Jumy, he is contained. Is taking that 4th base. Fourth base is on the way. Looks like they tried to increase the minimap brightness factor. I see, I see. But yeah, the minimap on this, specifically on Antimatter, is a little bit jarring because of that. Just a small critique, just regarding the visuals. You know what, that's a lot of Void Rays. Ooh, activation of the Prismatic Alignment a little bit late. 1, 2, 3, Void Rays going to be going down. Yeah, some rough losses there for Jumy. But so far, he does maintain that 4th. He's trying to hold on. Trying to maintain. Things they do dive on top of that pylon, and Corruptors once again, they reset the the carrier count. The carriers are going down, the Void Rays as well, and Jumy will lose everything. GG gets called, and Solar takes a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Jumy, he attempted to rush into Sky Toss, but he ran into a problem when it came to the 4th base. Again, the greed was insane, rushing into the gold as a 4th. We saw that he wasn't really set up to defend it. Again, he had not knocked down those rocks, he had not knocked down or broken or even mined through the minerals, so his ground army couldn't really support. Likewise, neither could his Sky Toss because of the scout. Because Solar had seen the Cybercore early on, he reacted with the Spire, he had plenty of Corruptors, and Jumy, he was just contained on 3 bases there. He just could not defend that 4th base. A little bit too greedy, a little bit too cheeky there by Jumy, didn't get away with it, and that leads us here into game number 2. As a reminder, it is going to be loser's pick, so it is up to Jumy to decide on the map where we're dropping, where we headed. Pressure is now on Jumy. Just catching up. He dropped the Roach Horn in response. Wonder if he thinks it's a fake. If you scout Sky Toss, it's usually wise to throw down a Roach Horn. As we were mentioning during the game itself, it is not uncommon to open Stargate, to open Tempest even, and to reinforce with and to go for a hard switch into charge lots, or into a gateway-based composition. That's a style that Classic did popularize. I want to say like back in, was it like 2 years ago now? Back in like GSL in November, maybe in last year, maybe in the last GSL. I'm thinking, I think it was in 2023. But yeah, like that's not an uncommon style, so that's why Solar, he was even investing into those upgrades. He didn't make any roaches because he found out he didn't need them, but typically is wise to just have that just as a safety precaution. But now though, we are getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Persephone, we have our German Protoss player, our green Protoss, representing Streamer Zone down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Jumy. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. Question, when are the maps intended to be released to the ladder? So right now, when it comes to the time schedule, right now we're still in the voting phase. And voting is still open, by the way, so you can still vote on your favorite map, on which maps you want in the map pool. I say that it isn't strictly like ESL. They look at the placements of TLMC and they pick the top maps, but they take that into consideration when it comes to which maps they add to the ladder map pool. So voting is still open. Voting closes at the end of the week. It closes at the end of the week, and then votes are tallied, and then probably next week we'll probably get the finalists and the results coming in and the winners of TLMC. After that, it's up to ESL. I think we're still waiting for the next season of EPT, and we're waiting for the next season in StarCraft, so we can only kind of hazard a guess. I would imagine that the new map pool would most likely be... Actually, I was gonna say the new map pool would be introduced before the next big tournament, but at the same time, the current ladder map pool that we're in is relatively new. Like, right? It's like the most recent ladder map pool came in what, November of last year, right? Like November of last year, during the beginning of the off season. So it's relatively new. I know there's old maps in it, and there is still a chance that maybe the current map pool that we're in is only designed for the off season, not for the next year of StarCraft. And I do hope that's the case. I hope that the current map pool that we're in is only for the off season. The current ladder map pool, I mean, is only for the off season, and we do plan on refreshing it. But we'll see as Jumy's rushing into the gold. Let's go! As Jumy, he's going for an insanely fast third as the goal. He's crazy, Bob. He's crazy. Let's go. So, insane greed out of Jumy, rushes into the gold. This should be for Twilight Council into charge lot, right? Take advantage of the... Oh, never mind. Stargate opener. Okay. Okay, Jumy. Let him cook. Let him cook, Bobby. Let him... I feel like the pizza might have gotten into his head a little bit. I'll be like, oh no. Oh no. Let's go. I've had similar appearances on the mini map of one of my Dark Air maps. Yeah, when it comes to Antimatter, I think that's the only map where I have an issue with the mini map, is specifically that map and the mini map, but I don't think I think all the other maps seem fine, at least when it comes to the coloration on the mini map itself. You know, Solo coming with the Overlord Scouts. Overlord dips in and gets eyes on the Stargate. Gets eyes on the Stargate, gets eyes on the Void Ray Opener. Jumy with this trying to deny vision, deny scouting. Solar currently in the dark. Everything so far looks pretty normal. So far looks standard. As workers are building up. Recall was just used to reinforce. Taking advantage of... Oh, Batista rushing into... Okay, rushing it. I mean, he's trying to make it look normal, right? So he does take another Nexus. Solo, he doesn't scout. But the third base is on the way. This is more or less on time. True. Don't be suspicious. But the greed is crazy. From here, a good way to make use of these gold minerals would be for, yeah, Forge for +1, Twilight Council into charge. I would imagine this should be a charge follow-up. That would make the most sense. As he has not taken his gases. No gases at the natural. Of course, no gases at the gold base either. So we should be going for a charge timing. And currently, Solar, he has no idea. He has no idea. Again, when it comes to the features of this map, there are some speed zones here across or leading into that gold. Likewise, there are rocks and more speed zones. There's a healing pad right next to it. We have Solo going and rushing into Overlord speed. This is interesting. So, on the one hand, this map is pretty direct. It's pretty direct and pretty short rush distance by ground as well. Getting into Overlord speed, I'm leaning towards potentially an all-in, but there's another expansion on the way. We'll see if Solo commits with a Drop Lord all-in. I'm waiting to see. I mean, the layer's about to finish, and then we can morph in the Drop Lords. Yeah. Roaches are on the way. Solo, he's committing, and Jumy's not ready. Jumy, he's not ready for this. Here we go. The Drop Lords are coming. The Roachlings are massing up. Solo, he cuts Workers at 55. It is going to be a sub 3 base all-in, basically like 2.5 bases of saturation and nothing but Roaches, Lings, and Queens. And here it comes. And as Solo's all-inning, Jumy's been greedy. He's been quite greedy here, getting another expansion. Gateway Explosion still on the way. Jumy has almost nothing to defend. He's got a couple of slow lots. He's got a couple of adepts. Here comes the all-in from Solar. Solar has no idea what's been going on, but it all lines up. It all lines up here for Solar as he's about to knock Jumy down. Stasis up. Nice stasis. Stasis goes off on the Lings. So the Queens are dropped off. Overlords, they can spread creep. They can transfuse. Jumy charged about to finish up in a couple of seconds. Is it going to be enough? That's a lot of charge lots. And the gateways do finish. Gateways, they finish up. Jumy, can he shut this down? He's getting us up with the Queens. Getting us up with the Queens just in time. Again, he has a boosted economy. He has extra zealots. And Jumy, he's holding. But Jumy, he holds on, he shuts down the Queens one after the other, cleans up the army, and Jumy, he's done it. He survives the all-in, just barely. Again, the stasis bought a lot of time. Cannons did finish up as well. And Jumy, he's here to snowball out of control. He's ready. And again, Solar, he has no economy. He was all in. The all in failed. And now it's time for the counter all in. Jumy with nothing but charge lots. Let's go. Gets on top of the roaches. Will knock him down. Void Ray coming into play as well. There's only 3 queens. They're being focused down as well. Oh, as they will focus down the Void Ray. Roaches are building up. Solar, can he hold on? He needs a little bit more time building up more roaches. Reinforcements, they take a long time to get across the map. Prism just arrived. And we need those Zealots. We need those Zealots as quickly as possible. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be. Actually, I was going to say the better it's going to be for Solar, but at the same time, the goal base is a big factor as well. Like Jumy, he can afford a lot of Zealots. Speaking of, they get on top of the fourth. Fourth base is going to go down. Likewise, warping into the main. Ooh, is denied. Warping is denied. Expansion should go down, but doesn't. Zealots are on A move. There, they try to retarget. No, Jumy! He was on A move. He was on A move. He gets forced back. Again, the roaches, they kind of force the aggro into themselves from the Zealots. And the hatchery survives. The hatchery does survive. And as the roaches build up, they are outscaling the charge lots. And Solar, he's done it. He holds, he defends, he saves the expansion. It's time for round 2, this time with even more roaches. Now Jumy, he's gonna have 2 immortals. The immortals will help, but is it enough? That I'm not so sure about. Yeah, Solar, he just has so many roaches here. He has how many? 40 roaches, not an immortal! 40 roaches, the immortal goes down. Bit of missed movement there from Jumy as he's trying to rush across the map, but the immortal's getting caught out. Ah, no. The immortal gets caught out. Zealots, they get across the map. They do try to focus down the roach warren. But Solar, he holds. He holds back at home. He knocks down the expansion. Zealots, they do warp into the main. A lot of damage is being done, but the roach warren gets saved. And Solar, he's defending. Yeah, Solar, he's defending back at home. We get another warp in. Jumy gets supply block, doing everything he can. Getting on top of the queens. Getting on top of the queens, and likewise getting more economic damage. At the same time, though, Solar, he just breaks through that front door. Depowers the robos. I mean, sure, Jumy has a ninja base, I guess. Does recall back home. Storm is done, but roaches are tanky. They can tank those storms. They can tank those. Oh Jesus! They can take a storm or 2 to the face. Still does a lot of damage. Oh my god! As roaches, they kite back. They take another storm. Running out of Zealots though, getting on top of those High Templar. Yeah, still a decent trade here from Solar. And he's still rallying. He's still just rallying across the map. He still has enough to break through. Jumy microing his heart out. Nexus is gonna fall. It was a chaotic back and forth. Again, shout to Jumy for rushing into the gold and making use of it. And Solar, he backs off. For all he knows, he knocks Jumy down to 1 base economy. Oh, he's checking. He's checking. No, he's like, hold up. Why are you still in this game? What's going on? Oh, I see. Dusk got the gold. And he's here to knock it down. He's here to knock it down as well. Speed zone's coming into play. So I'll say charge in. Not bad. Leagues are recamping in the mineral line. So I'll say chase down the roach. Jesus. They chase down the roaches. We'll chase him down. And Jumy, he will barely hold on to the expansion. Does hold. But last, again, the economy's in shambles. He's doing what he can. Does transfer some workers. Solar still building up his Roach Ravager. Jumy is down to 1 Immortal, 1 Archon. He has a lot of storms. True. There's a lot of storms. And with some well-placed storms, he can maybe take a fight. Oof. That Templar goes down. Storm's not looking too bad. Softens up some of the roaches. But there's just no buffer. There's no support here. It's just purely high tempo and Immortals. GG gets called. Solar, he breaks through, and Solar will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Solar. He will claim the series, will advance on to the grand finals. But a shout out to Jumy here for making it to those semis. And again, did make for some interesting games and some interesting play styles. Was definitely an interesting setup there. As Solar does make it to the grand finals, and we are getting ready here for the lower semis. It is going to be a best of 3 between Gerald and ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. Again, I appreciate that Jumy was making use of the map as well, you know, rushing to the goal base, or even in the previous map, rushing into Sky Toss as well. Definitely some unique play styles for the unique maps. I appreciate it. But Solar makes it through to those finals to wait for the winner of ByuN and Gerald. Either going to be a Terran or Protoss opponent. Who exactly is it going to be? Here we go. As ByuN and Gerald are getting ready. Game 1 is going to be once again on Antimatter. Let's go. ByuN and Gerald. Beautiful. Just setting up the players. Setting up our match. Setting up our match here. Once again, game 1 is going to be an antimatter. We will see how our players will approach this. Once again, it does feel a little more unique. You know, you have your pocket base. The bases are still a little bit more spread out. We have the potential gold expansion as well. We'll see where this leads us. Cool. Just catching up in the chat. Little in fact, pizza's a gateway drug. Pray for Jumy. Oh no. Not the pizza. Roach War made sense, but dropping Roach War in the second you see air scene research seemed a little early. I would agree with that, especially considering how large the map is as well. So you would have a little bit of extra time, even if it was a fake out, to respond to that. So you could make an argument that maybe it was a little bit too soon. I can see that. But overall, I think just playing it safe overall, especially on a map that you're unfamiliar with. Don't blame Solar. The scariest I've ever seen Jumy play was a King of the Hill match where before his first game he forgot to eat, then went 10 or 11 games in a row undefeated. Hungry Jumy's a beast, and the pizza is his kryptonite. There you go, there you go. True, true. Remember when we have a similar story, if you recall, where Jumy, he was playing against Shin, and he thought that he was going to, you know, lose the series, so he had actually placed food in his oven. It was getting ready to God, I can't remember what it was called. It was like ham, cheese, and like bread. It was like some kind of baked good, and he was starving, papi, and he expected to lose the series. Series went to the ace match. Jumy won, and Jumy was like, I just want to eat food. I just want to I just want to eat, papi. Ay. He was denied it, and hey, he popped off. That was like a couple of weeks ago. It's not too long ago. Again, that's his secret. Just don't feed him. Let's go. As we're getting into our next series, we're getting into our semifinals, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And welcome one and all to Antimatter once again. Welcome to the Shazam map. Let's go. So we have a giant lightning bolt. I still wish that the lightning bolt was visible in the minimap. That's what I wish. As we are going to be settling in, ByuN going for a CC first, straight into the pocket base. Okay, it's like Radisson Station all over again. I just oh no. So CC first out of ByuN, Hyper Greed out of our Terran player. Gerald's back at home going for a Gate, Cyber into expansion, standard opener out of Gerald, even going for the Zealot first. Probe Scout will confirm the timing of that Rex, and will confirm the greed of his opponent. There we go, cancels the Zealot. Cancels the Zealot, starts up the Nexus. We'll see how our players will adjust. Don't miss the hungry, Jumy. Exactly. A starving man is a dangerous man. Words of wisdom. I see Polo Shooters in the chat. Shama, papi. Shama. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. As ByuN does go for his factory follow-up, of course, taking his gases, building up. And Gerald's going for the, let's go, before the natural's even done, Gerald, he rushes into the third. Let's go. We got some clown games. We got like, let's go. So double expand here from Gerald, again trying to meet, if not exceed, the greed of his opponent of ByuN. And I'll be honest, I think this map is a little too extreme. Like I appreciate the visual, I appreciate the quirks to this map, but I mean, there's a reason why like everyone hated Radisson Station, and there was another map after that as well, which was like along the lines of that kind of greed as well, which was like the next Radisson Station. But yeah, just hyper greed early on. Now, of course, we did see Jumy having issues when it came to claiming his fourth base previously. You know, we have the potential gold, of course, which, I mean, there's no shot that we rush into the gold base as a fourth. But the linear fourth base is a little bit more accessible. At the same time, it is quite far away. Like, that's the downside here of the linear fourth expansion, is that you spread yourself so thin in between your bases. We'll see if Gerald can maintain. We'll see if he even does take a fourth. We have our 1-1-1 out of ByuN. Now, thankfully, there's no fast third CC yet from our Terran player, which is what we would see on Radisson Station. I still remember Spirit going, oh, forcing friendly fire. I still remember Spirit. He went like 4 CC before second racks. It might have. I don't think it was 4 CC before factory, but I think it was Spirit versus Solar. Spirit versus Solar on Radisson Station. This was back at maybe DreamHack. Ooh. Was it the open bracket of DreamHack? No, was it IEM? Was it IEM Katowice, the early stages? It was either IEM Katowice, the most recent one, from last year, or maybe DreamHack Texas. DreamHack Austin, I think? Austin or Houston, one of those. But yeah, we saw Spirit do some crazy stuff on Radisson Station. It was here, thankfully, no fast third TC. We do have our initial mine drop here from ByuN. First one mine does go off. We have 2 more here towards the natural. And ByuN just settling into 2 bases. Doesn't rush into a third TC. That's it, Dallas, the other one. It was either Dallas or IM Katowice. It's one of the 2. I think it was IEM, because Solo went down to Rogue at Dallas. In the ZVZs. Yeah. So it would have been IEM. You did that on Neon Violet the other day, basically instantly opted into 4CC. Yeah, Neon Violet, that's the map that I was thinking of. That's like the other extreme greed map. For sure. You can try to get away with that sort of stuff. Like 4CC before like second racks, before factory. It's, yeah. I can see Spirit attempting that on this map, is what I'm getting at. 100%. I can see players taking the greed to the extreme on antimatter. Zerber is going to be sniped. Likewise, double drop on the right hand side. Gerald, he did spot the drop initially. He's hunting for the Metavax. Oh no! Gerald! Barely does miss it. Oh no! Okay, barely does miss. ByuN diving into the main, diving into the pocket, forces the recall. Whew. And alas, ByuN does pull out, does get away. Does pull out in time. Likewise, Gerald's getting into his own Colossus production. Colossi on the way. ByuN sims in. ByuN sims in, snipes all the sentries, nice catch. Force fields are solid, but can we hold on here? Yeah, there's the NG overcharge. But Zelsta being focused down. They are being targeted, and ByuN just has far too much here. He's going to be overwhelming. Again, the Bio army is larger than usual just because of the greed early on. And ByuN breaks through. He breaks through the defensive line, takes down the Colossus, and takes down Gerald. Gerald, he just cannot hold on here despite being in position, despite the force fields. Unable to defend. And ByuN has done it. He's broken the back here of Gerald. The boys are being pulled. ByuN will shut this down. We have more Stalkers trying to warp in. And the Robo fell as well, so no more Colossus. Yeah, Gerald just doesn't have enough. He just doesn't have enough to hold on here. It's not going to happen. Warping in whatever he can, trying to rebuild that Robo. The Nexus is going to fall, and from here, ByuN can go straight for the main. He can just go straight for the main base. Oh, the force fields! Oh no! Oh, they're too late! Oh my god. Tries the force field. Sentries go down. ByuN, he cannot be stopped. Not like this. Not like this. ByuN, he barrels on through. Takes down the pylon. We have Disruptor on the way. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Yeah, ByuN committing there on 2 bases. Again, he delayed his 3rd CC quite heavily, but again, he did have more than usual just because of the corners that were cut early on, just because of the greed. Gerald, he did attempt to catch at least the initial drop play on the right-hand side. He did miss the drops, unfortunately, and ByuN was able to break on through. Gerald, he was somewhat in position, somewhat ready for it with the Colossus, but again, you saw with only 1 shield battery, it was not enough to hold on. He was still broken. And with that, we're now getting ready for our next game. Ooh. We have Gerald's map of choice. Game 2 is going to be on Pylon. Okay, now this is a map that I've only casted once, I believe. Well, actually, maybe twice, but not too often. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. I'm always happy to see some of these more niche maps, or just less played, I should say. It's Game 2 on Pylon. Let's go. Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. Okay, I think we're okay. You might call him ByuN Unstoppable. Ah, you might. I held back, Pap. I held back. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon, we have our Polish Protoss player. We have our red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. As we do load into Pylon. Pylon, an interesting map here. Once again, one of the larger maps on the map pool. Longer rush distance by ground. Oh, as we do have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything is okay. Yeah, Jesus. My ping is also spiking. So, maybe the NA server is struggling a little bit. Hopefully everything's okay. Yeah, Gerald's saying that he had an issue as well. So it looks like it's just server side. Oh.
Game resumed.
So it looks like everyone's ping just spiked, so so hopefully the servers can stabilize for us. Hopefully they can They can calm down a little. Oh god. Jesus. Hold on. Yeah. We are gonna remake. We're gonna restart. But yeah, the server just dying on us there for a moment. I'm gonna restart as well, just in case. But yeah, towards the end there, I had spiked up to 1,000 ping, like 1,000 ms, or like 1,300 even. But it looks like it was happening to the players as well. So hopefully the service can stabilize for us, and we're gonna be okay. As we are remaking. Again, game 1 was fine. Game 1 was perfectly fine. Now getting ready for game 2. People are reporting server issues on Down Detector 2. Every Blizzard game. Oh. Yeah, hopefully they're not getting like DDoS or something like that. I mean, there have been attacks on the Blizzard servers before. So hopefully it doesn't negatively impact our tournament today, but we'll see. Fingers crossed. As morning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have our Polish Protoss player, our Red Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, leading the series 1-0 for Shopify. It is ByuN. Think they're getting DDoS? That's unfortunate, if true. It's unfortunate. But I can say that so far the ping is looking stable. Okay, we went from 1,000 to 200. That's already looking better. For now, we are going to be settling in. And again, welcome one all to Pylon. Pylon is a larger map of the map pool, especially when I compare it to maps like Persephone, for example, or even, what's the other map that I'm thinking of? The one with the slow zones in the center. Kill Switch. So longer rushes than those two maps, for example. Meanwhile, the natural is a little bit more exposed. There's no ramp. There's no ramp coming into the natural base, so I can see aggression being quite successful here. The ramp is a little bit further out towards the center of the map. Likewise, we have our linear third base and triangular third as well. We do have some ramps coming into this, multiple ramps actually, so multiple entry points towards that linear third. But this position is going to be a little bit more defendable here, as the ramp is more narrow at the third base, and likewise a relatively narrow choke point here as well that you can try to wall up and wall off. Here on the right hand side is a little bit more open here, is what I will say, but maybe the length of the map will assist when it comes to expanding and trying to get into a longer game state. Again, typically when it comes to more modern maps, if the map is larger, they try to make the bases more exposed to make it more difficult to expand and more difficult to turtle. Like, that is an intentional design choice typically when it comes to these maps. Outside of that, we have our two bridges through the center. We have seen force fields, and we have seen players get caught on these bridges before. That is true. So you have to be very careful. But I do appreciate the aesthetic. Looks nice. As ByuN does move out. Reaper clip into the main. And we have a Twilight Council opener out of Gerald. Last game we did have like just mass greed and just cutting all the corners. This time more standard openers. Calming things down, we have ByuN going for his 1-1-1 CC on the high ground. Playing very safe as Reaper is forced back. Maybe we got the better node. It seems to be the case. Again, there are like multiple nodes when it comes to these servers in StarCraft. And it's kind of RNG which node you connect to. Looking a little bit better. Oh, we have Zelda. Oh my god. Gee, the map is so huge. There's so many bases here on the left-hand side as well. I don't know if we're ever going to experience some of these, but yeah, we have the kind of center expansion here with High Yield Gas Geyser, which is also kind of a part of the main attack path, right next to the Zanaga as well, on both sides. I appreciate it. We'll see if we can get there. That's ByuN moving out with his drop play, moving out with his 2 Widow Mines. Gerald, he does respond, he does react. Pulls away in time. Does pull away. Oh, oof. We'll lose a Stalker in the process, but we'll clean this up nonetheless. Likewise, Reaper at the natural, shield batteries within range. Oh, despite that, we'll pick up another worker. That's 2 probes falling. Not bad. Not a bad start here for ByuN. Likewise, I believe ByuN also scouted the tech. Yep, he did confirm the researching Twilight Council. He's aware of Blink. Is aware. Gerald is going to be rotating. Again, trying to catch out that drop. Again, he's aware of the medevac. And we can see ByuN is making his way back home. Likewise, auto turrets into the main. Getting a couple of probe kills, getting 1, getting 2, already getting up to, 3! 3 probes go down. And the medevac does make it home safe and sound. He makes it back. The main base is quite congested, actually. Yeah, there's not actually much room for blink aggression into the main. Much smaller than some of these other maps, of course, even in the current map pool. Like, in a way, the main base is large, true, as in there's a lot of area in the main, but a lot of it is actually protected, and only a small portion here is exposed to blink stalkers. So ByuN is pretty secure here. I don't see 4-gate blink being an option. Not on Pylon. Third base is being taken. Gerald just going to be containing his opponent. Now, what I will say, the main base is secure, but as you can see, unlike on other maps, this tank isn't covering the entrance to the natural. Typically, you wouldn't see this this terrain. This kind of like you can't move it. This terrain, like this outcropping, maybe that's a better way of putting it, typically isn't here, and this location would be covering the entrance, but the entrance is actually quite far away. Because of that, the natural base is more exposed, and you can abuse that. Gerald's not going to be able to, but yeah, that's a nice kind of way to balance things out. Where the main base is more secure, but the natural less so. Far less. Okay. Ooh. Observer gets caught. Gerald pulling back. Back at home, he did follow up with the +1, sorry, I should say the Forge with Charge. Storm is on the way as well. But yeah, kind of like that setup. It's different, I should say. Just different to what we're used to. As ByuN does boost Spy. It does land into the main. Gerald's out of position. And the mineral line is going to be under fire. It's going to be under fire here. Probe's going to be going down. No major economic damage done yet. The Zelta keeping up. Nice cutting by ByuN, but the storm is solid. And Gerald holds. He does hold on. Oof. Leading out a handful of probes. That's 7 probes going down. But I think that was in the lead up to this. Alright, yeah, that's right. Those 7 workers were from the Widow Mine drop and from the auto turret harass. So just 1 probe kill. Good defense here by Gerald. Did keep up. ByuN now taking his third. Order harass continues. ByuN just being so annoying here. I don't think we've seen this kind of backdrop before. This kind of like lavender or like violet, like faded out. I appreciate it. The aesthetic, I mean. As we get into 7 probe kills, Gerald has to commit across the map. He's going for the third. ByuN, not quite in a position to protect the expansion. He's a little bit further back. So some mining is denied, but ByuN is holding. Forcing out the storms, gets one Eye Templar, massive pickup. Gerald taking the linear for Jesus, he's going for the 4th base in the corner of the map. Expanding in a linear fashion, losing another High Templar. Some brutal pickups here. ByuN catching Gerald out. Storm zones ByuN away. Does zone him back. Pushing forward. He does push forward, but does push top right. Gerald coming from behind. Again, he has those storms. EMP pops off, doesn't connect with the High Templar. And with the help of these storms, Gerald, he should be fine. It should be okay. Cleans up the army, collapses on ByuN. ByuN, he will escape with a portion with at least 2 full medevacs. With 1, oh my god! Medevac goes down. Nice defense here by Gerald. Oh, can he get another medevac? He can. And he will. Shuts down the drop, shuts down the push. ByuN did overextend. Did not respect the High Templar enough. And Gerald is back in this. He's back in this game. Hello, Marine. Likewise, storm drop towards the mineral line, getting 8 SCVs. Ta-da! Marine goes down. And Gerald pulls away. Does pull away for now, getting ready for a Zealot counterattack. Taking up a second Robo into a bait, into Colossus production. Again, Gerald, he saved the expansion. Still, that one Raven is being so annoying. That one Raven with how many kills? With 17! 17, 18, 19, 20! Oh my god, it's getting out of hand. 20 kills on the one Raven. That is insane. Gerald pushing in. It's met by the main army. And as he distracts, they do try to hit the mineral line, but oh my god, there's 3 tanks in position. ByuN is holding. EMP pops off. ByuN attempting to punish. As ByuN is distracted once again, Gerald, he dives into the main. Does a nice mining time, goes to the warp in. That was a risky maneuver here from Gerald. He almost lost his High Templar. But in the end, did pull back. Pull back did save them. Catching out 6 SCVs, forcing ByuN back home. And Gerald now takes the 5th. Does take a 5th expansion. So Prism does recall. It does recall back home. Does recall back. ByuN claiming his own 4th. Gerald getting into double Colossus production. And we've made it. I was a little bit concerned that Gerald wouldn't be able to establish a 4th, but no, he's got his 4th, now getting a 5th base, now building up towards a maxed out army, towards the late game. So is ByuN. We have a game, we have a back and forth. Both players are maxing out. ByuN refining his army with now Vikings into Ghosts. No Liberators yet. We're still not quite at that tech path. We're still getting the 4th base saturated. Thereafter, we can then get a Fusion Core and Liberator range. Till then, Gerald's likewise also diversifying his splash damage, building up his disruptors. Disruptors are on the way. Disruptors are on the way. Zelzay busted the mineral line. Once again, just causing a distraction. Gerald moving in.
Game paused.
And we might have some latency. Ooh. Yeah. Looks like we do have another big lag spike. That's 2,000 ping. I've spiked up to 700. Thankfully, we do have the pause before the main fight. But as is being reported, apparently a lot of the ByuN, he's also experiencing a little latency. Apparently, right now the Blizzard servers are struggling, and apparently it's happening across multiple games. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't really. I mean, it's the problem is it's a little bit out of our hands, right? Like it's the servers that are under attack, so we're doing what we can. We almost made it through the tournament as well, right? Like we're in the final semifinals, almost made it to the end. If this doesn't improve, what can we do? In a way, we could try to postpone, and we could have players play out their matches later on in the day or even tomorrow, and do like a replay cast. We could reschedule and have a live cast potentially tomorrow. This is like worst case scenario, I'm thinking. It looks like our player's back. Okay. Whew. Okay, it looks like things have stabilized. Gerald, he pulls away. Please add a couple of Colossus on the retreat. He does attempt to pull out. Does catch a couple of storms though. ByuN, I mean. Takes a couple of storms to the face. Colossus, no! Colossus does fall to the final Viking shot. As Gerald pulls back, we do have the Prism into the main, but last, ByuN is paying attention. ByuN is keeping up. He gets eyes on that Prism. He does turn back around. ByuN doesn't chase with ByuN. He's maxed. He is maxed out. Gerald going for the warp in. Delayed reaction out of ByuN. There's a late reaction. Warp in does complete. Gerald, he doesn't back off. He wants that expansion. He wants that fourth. As also get 10 SV kills. We're going for the planetary. Storms coming in. Not bad. Storms, they pop up. Up. Nice. Oh my god. Massive connections. The Novas. The Novas connect the storms as well. Prism rallies in. A very messy fight. Gerald not trading too poorly, but he has to back off. He's out of storms. More storms remaining. Gerald setting up another Zealot run by. And ByuN does survive this, does defend. He defends, he survives, now building up towards 3-3. May have to do replays. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see if how the games progress. We'll see. If it does become unplayable though, then we'll probably have the players play it out ahead, like later on, and then do like a replay cast. Worst case scenario. So now Gerald, he's maintaining himself. Likewise, because of the size of the map, even if ByuN were to take a better fight defensively, it takes quite some time to counterattack, and by then Gerald, he can remax, can rebuild. Better splits here by ByuN. Avoids 3 of the Novas. Avoids 4 Novas. He can try to punish. Takes down the Disruptor. Disruptor does fall. High Templar as well. As ByuN moves out, Gerald moves in, but ByuN is in position this time. ByuN is ready for it. Does kite back. Brutal tank shots. Gerald trying to catch out the army in the center. Takes the EMP to the face. But what's important is that Gerald, he's forcing these fights in the center of the map. He's allowing his economy to go untouched so far. This struggle early on, especially against the Raven harass. But he's building up towards another expansion. He's on 90 probes. Gerald's economy is booming. But he will bleed out another Colossus. Storm's being forced out. ByuN does take down the High Templar and the Colossus. Here comes another Zealot. This time, ByuN, he's out of position. He just lost a tank. ByuN getting pulled apart a little bit here. Did have to respond. Did have to respond. Just rotating through the center. Let's rotate. ByuN does punish. This time just pushing Gerald all the way towards the top right. We spoke at the Liberators earlier. There it is. Fusion Core is done. We have Liberator range on the way. ByuN is getting towards his final form. Meanwhile, Gerald, he has not been able to break any of these bases. Oh, bleeds out a Colossus. Colossus rallies in. Nice Nova. Nova does catch a couple of High Templar. Sorry, a couple of Ghosts. But ByuN is still maxed out. He's trying to catch out the army. Massive EMPs. I'll show us the Novas. Oh my god, massive connections. Yeah, more Ghosts getting caught. Yeah, ByuN plummeting in supply. Not a good fight. Bleeds out so many Ghosts. And Gerald does punish. All it takes is a couple of well-placed Novas. And ByuN falls almost 50 supply. Gerald, can he run away with this? Now moving in, denies the thick expansion. Oh. Turns back the ByuN. But here come the Liberators. Here comes the Freedom. Likewise, ByuN, he also took bottom left. Bottom left-hand base has been taken. He has his 5th up and running. We have Mass DT coming in for the Planetary. There is a turret, but it may not matter. Mind shot going off. Planetary goes down. 3 swipes. 3 swipes, all it takes. That's a lot of Invisible Man. DTs, they pop up. And ByuN, he can't quite keep up. As ETs, they go for another Planetary. Oh, this time, though, they don't get the surround. This time, ByuN holds. This time, he's ready for it. We have more Dark Templar reinforcing. Gerald, he wants that expansion. ByuN does have an army in position, so this is a more secure location. Gerald, he's moving in. Oh, blinks forward. Gets a couple of swipes in. No reaction. Yeah, late reaction here by ByuN. He was distracted. Another Planetary falls. Gerald, he's in the driver's seat here, sniping 2 bases. But even catching out the ByuN once again. ByuN bleeding out a little bit too much, and Gerald, he has a massive bank behind this. So a 5k, 2k in the bank. Let's go. Takes an EMP to the face. ByuN is struggling. This is why Zan includes Immortals, Concrack, Planetary Fortresses. That's what the DTs are for. 3 swipes. Oh my god. As they keep popping off. That's EMP. Speaking of, ByuN, he's down to orbitals. At least an orbital towards the left-hand side. Has rebuilt his Planetary here at the 4th. As you can see the dynamic changing already here once we get into those Liberators. A couple of Novas do connect, but Disruptors to get punished for it. Gerald here overextends. He's a big overextension here. Losing every Disruptor. Ay. Now there's no more Novas. ByuN, he's just stimming in. He just chases him down. Oh my god. Just tries to chase him down. Takes the Storm to the face. But ByuN is so close to breaking Gerald here and now. Hides back, cleans up all the Zealots, takes on the Archon. EMP on the Stalkers, and Gerald, the problem is he needs time to rebuild. He's only got 2 Robos. He has no 3rd Robo behind this. Making 2 Colossus. Gerald needs time. And ByuN is not stopping. He's not stopping, not pulling back. He scans, moves in. Gerald desperately warping in more Zealots. Liberation zones move up. And without any support, without any splash damage behind this, you can see ByuN just break through. Just mows through the army. Likewise, Liberator sieges up on the right-hand side. More probes going to be falling. Gerald, he still has a bank, but he can't spend his money fast enough. Again, the double Robo is really limiting him. It's just so limiting. He can't spend his money. Got massive EMP. Punishes the Stalkers. Yeah, punishes the dive. Boys are being pulled. Mineral Line goes down. And ByuN, he wants the Colossus. He stims on in, and he brings them down as well. Gets 1, gets 2. And he's done it. He has done it. Again, Gerald, he was in a beautiful position. He had all these bases. He had a bank. He had an economy. But one bad fight, and it takes so long to rebuild. Especially when you don't have the production for it. Storm comes in. But ByuN, he is snowballing out of control, taking down 2 expansions. And killing 49 probes. That is insane damage. And Gerald, he just cannot build up, cannot max out. He is on 12 gates. ByuN moves forward. ByuN does move in, takes down the Colossus one after the other. Oh god, despite having 4 Colossus they're on their own. And they will barely hold on. As ByuN just keeps rallying in, takes down another expansion. Barely not. Going for the Stalkers. Never mind. Goes to the army instead. Rallies on forward, takes down the Archons. Now with these rallying reinforcements, it's just too much. It's just too much to handle. ByuN takes down the Colossi. GG gets called, and ByuN, he recovers. He claws his way back into it, and ByuN will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. GG, well played. ByuN, he will claim the series. Again, Gerald, he was in a great position. Remember, Gerald, who was maxed out, he had an insane bank to work with, who was sniping bases, but Gerald, he overextended. He pushed a little bit too far forward. He got caught out by the Liberators. He got caught out by the army. If you remember, in that one first fight, Gerald, he lost, was it 4 or 5 Disruptors? He lost 4 or 5, he lost all the Disruptors regardless. In that first fight, as he was being chased back, he bled out the rest of his Colossus, the rest of his High Templar, and that was ByuN's moment. That was ByuN's moment then and there. He just went for the kill, went for the throw, chased Gerald down, and was able to kill Gerald before he could ever remax. Again, behind it, Gerald, he only had the 2 Robos. He was making 2 Colossus at a time. Gerald, he tried to take fights earlier on, but he was just never able to stabilize, never able to build up an army. He was just stuck with just purely Zealots and Stalkers. He just could not recover. You could argue that at that moment, Gerald, he probably should have, I would say, given up on the bases, just given up on defending that expansion, and because he has a bank, right? He has a bank, he has the right-hand side. You can afford to give up on, it doesn't feel good, but you can afford to give up some expansions just to buy time to reinforce, right? Just because there was no army to work with. But everything happened just so quickly. it all just turned south real fast and real quick, and with that, ByuN does take it, and with that, we have our 2 finalists. We have our grand finals here. It's going to be a best of 5 between ByuN and Gerald. Going to be a best of 5. Sorry, between ByuN and Solar. Best of 5 ZVT. as we are setting up. Beautiful. Here we go. Sorry for suggesting things already considered, but SSU use peer-to-peer connection. Lobby hosts pretty much become the server that people connect to. If everyone's in game lag, occasionally hosts could check on their end. As Kura did respond, currently the Blizzard servers are being DDoSed. That is the reasoning as to why there was some latency going on. Yeah, just as a heads up. Just if that wasn't clear earlier. But here we go, we're getting into the grand finals, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Go. Some CBT finals. Some weeklies haven't had that in several months. You say some weeklies. I'm pretty sure all weeklies. We of course do catch up and we do report on all the weeklies during the podcast. We actually started posting on Reddit and on social medias as well. And when was the last TBC finals? I'm thinking, because it's usually Hero, Max, Clem in the finals. I know that this week Solar did make it to the finals of the Monday night weeklies, but I think it was a ZVP finals, not ZVT. So yeah, I think period. We haven't had a TBC finals in weeklies since maybe last year. Maybe it's been a long time. I think maybe KSL was the last one. It's yeah. Have to look into it. Have to look into it. Oh, what are they saying? What's happening? Where's my Google Translate? Soul's like, this map is crazy. It's like, how'd you win that last game? Gerald, he had a massive bang. ByuN's like, Terran OP. Ah. As ByuN does dip in. Dancing with the army. So I'm just trying to set up our translate. Oh, also before I forget, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck. Hold on, just trying to. Okay. They were talking about the map. They were discussing the features of Pylon. Oof. That should not have happened, by the way. Reaper goes down. The question mark gets thrown down as well. Aye. ByuN, a little bit of a slip up there. Gets caught out by the queen. Solar, he laughed as a response. I know that much. It's like, well, mate, what are you doing? Do you know how to Terran? Behind this third CC before starport, economic build. Okay, so economic build here by ByuN going 3CC into Banshee, so standard follow-up here into Hellion Banshee. Losing the first Reaper is a little bit brutal, but not the biggest of deals here. It just means that Creep is going to go a little bit more uncontested, at least early on, but Hellions are moving out to help deal with that. Likewise, welcome one and all to Pylon. We were just on this map. Pylon is a much larger map in the map pool. So many bases to take as well. Longer rush distance by ground. We saw that as a result, Gerald was able to stabilize on a 90 worker count. It was crazy and max out and get up to, again, get in towards a maxed out army. We'll see if our players are able to get there in this matchup. Of course, the TBC dynamic is different. Typically, Terran players are more aggressive, they're more assertive. Their role here is to deny creep and to deny the fourth base. That's going to be the big point of contention here on Pylon. When it comes to defending the fourth base, we'll see how Solar will approach this. We'll see which base it will expand to. Hellions, they poke in, they're going to be zoned back. Be zoned away. Why mess up SC2? I think it's all Blizzard servers, not just StarCraft 2. It's like apparently Overwatch, Hearthstone, and World of Warcraft were reporting issues. Apparently. Meanwhile, we do have to see a safe opener out of Solo. Going to be opening up Roachworn. Roachworn gets thrown down. Lair is on the way. So safe follow-up here out of Solar, getting into Roach Ravager initially. Now, this doesn't have to lead into like a Roach Ravager all-in. Most likely just Roach Ravager into Roach Ravager Ling Bane. Just a really safe way to get into the mid-game. ByuN, meanwhile, I see a Rax explosion here, getting up to 5 Raxes so far. We'll see if ByuN does cut gases at the 3rd base. We'll see if he goes up to 8 Raxes. We'll see if he does go for a 3-base all-in. Again, our big point of contention is going to be coming up in the next minute, is going to be whether or not Solar can save this 4th. It's going to be on ByuN to set up, to deny as much creep as possible, and to get ready for his push. Gets a tumor, gets one, gets both. Nicely done. Again, this is all just set up for the eventual attack here, for the eventual assault at the 4th. ByuN working towards Stim, 1-1. It should be a 1-1 timing. Still building up his forces. We see Solar being proactive when it comes to zoning those Hellions away. It does protect the active tumors. Now, ByuN could try to push towards the 3rd base. True, that is an option. Ooh, as we are rushing into a fast infestation pit. Interesting. I'm curious, is Solar concerned enough to go in towards Infestors? To go Ling Bane, Roach Ravager, Infestor for that safety fungal growth? It would be a bit of an extreme choice. Otherwise, it should just be Hive Tech. Yep, speaking of, there it is. Fast Hive. Very fast Hive here by Solar. That's what, 649. 649 Hive timing. Hellion spoke in. Gonna be zoned back. And based on the fast Hive, I'm leaning towards Ling Bane, Roach Ravager into Ultra. That would make the most sense in my mind, but for now he's still working towards that. ByuN moves out with his double drop. He does keep his tanks back at home, at least for the time being. Oh, actually, sorry, he drops out. He moves out with one of his tanks. Huh. Just going for drop play. And he expands. Okay, he's going for a 4th base. So ByuN, he's not going for a big push. He's not committing. Just dropping and expanding instead. And Solar, he's securing himself. He's securing himself. He's spreading all this creep. Taking a 5th expansion. Soon to be even double expanding. And Solar's looking secure. And the creep is getting past the halfway mark. There's a lot of pressure on ByuN. Now moving out at 8 minutes, going for the 5th. Creep is lacking. Creep is lacking. We spoke about Ling Bane, Roach Ravager into Ultra. There it is. Ultra Cavern's on the way. But last, before we can get into that Ultra Cavern, 5th base is denied. Bane's speed just now finishing up. See Solar going for a link counterattack with their defenses back at home. And ByuN rotates. He got what he wanted. He got the expansion. Didn't get the 4th, unfortunately, but does get the 5th. Setting him for a drop into the main. Solar this time counterattacking with Ling Bane. Crashes into the Bio. Not bad. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. And SCVs are going to be going down. Oof, yeah, massive connections. No WCS game hard. Just realized that's going to be 20 SCV kills. 20 workers going to be falling. Drop into the main. Oof. Not bad, picking up a couple of extra workers. Takes down the Ultra Cavern. Ooh, but for the cost of every single medevac. One medevac survives with the drops, they go down. There's some brutal losses here for ByuN, and ByuN he plummets in supply. ByuN down to 150. Solar, he's maxed out. He may have lost the Ultra Cavern, but it doesn't matter. He has plenty on the ground. Takes down a tank, a medevac as well. Solar falling back, terrified of a drop. Rebuilding his Ultra Cavern. ByuN going for another double drop into the main. There's no Overlord in position. So limited scouting, limited reaction time there for Solar. As the drone does barely spot the drop. Yeah, he responds. Does respond in time. And Solar defends. Going for the Medivacs. Up! Gets one. Doesn't quite get the other. ByuN is breaking out. Pushing towards the left. Solo though, he's able to keep up, coming in for the surround. And he cleans ByuN up. Once again, not enough room in those Medivacs, too many losses. Solo moving in. And ByuN cannot hold on, not against this. Decent mine connections. I mean, there's only one Ultra. True Ultra upgrades are late, just because of the sniped Ultra Cavern earlier. Did happen. Planetary holds its own. And ByuN, he's holding. He's holding on. He's holding. He's surviving. But he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home, stuck defending, not able to harass, not able to push out. It's trying to. And Solar, ideally we wait for kind of splating, but he's just moving it anyway. Yeah, he has no fear. Dives in regardless, takes down the tank. Wouldn't mind to set up. Oof, you get some okay connections, but Wouldn't minds are all going to go down. They were bunched up. Wouldn't minds do full ultras. They bust in towards that mineral line. At the same time, ByuN going for a counterattack, going for bottom left, and Solar gives up the base. He gives up the expansion. Solar, he evacuates. Oh, bit of a misrally. Bit of mispathing there for the ultra. Ultra goes down. And ByuN, he at least gets some damage across the map. He needs more. He does need more. So he's moving in. Clearing up creep. Ultras are still building up. Still building up. Up. Blaster don't quite connect. Solo trying to stabilize, trying to maintain his own bases. And even though this damage is impressive here by ByuN, he's committed. Like, he doesn't really have much behind this. He's bleeding out a lot of his player, a lot of his army. As they take down the Winter Mine and the Ultras, they have arrived. Sim City here is solo though for ByuN. It's awkward to push in, but ByuN, he taps out. GG gets called. He is finally broken. And Solar takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Solar does take a lead, and from here we're getting ready for our second game. Now, as a reminder, this is going to be loser's pick. When it comes to the side of ByuN, he was being active, he was being aggressive. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to apply pressure to the 4th base, and likewise, you saw the moments that he was punished really was after the drop play, after the aggression had subsided. He had bled out too much, and he could not protect that mineral line, could not protect his 3rd. Once the 3rd mineral line went down, I mean, that was almost game then and there. You know, Solar had momentum, he never quite let go of it. Never quite let go. The moment that I'm referring to when ByuN lost everything was when he had sniped the Ultra Cavern. If you remember, when he dove into the main base, it was 3 full medevacs, and ByuN lost everything. He escaped with 1 medevac, but it was empty. It was an empty medevac, so he invested a lot of supply into harassing, where he had sniped some tech, but that's all he really sniped. He plummeted in supply, and that's when ByuN was the most vulnerable. He had also bled out a bunch of bio before that, in the center of the map as well. So yeah, he had lost 2 big groups of army, of bio, and with that, Solar does overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Solar, he does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. It is going to be ByuN's map of choice. Oh, we're going full DC. It's time to Shazam. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Antimatter, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And as we get into this, a big shout out to Ian in the chat. Big shout out to Ian. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ian M7, for the 5 gifted subs to the community. To Savage Beast, to Fabrizio, Cayenne, alongside Nepsako and Rokeva as well. Thank you so much, man. Thanks so much for the support. I hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Do appreciate it. For those of you that have received gifted subs, if you wish, there are emotes available to you on Twitch, and likewise, you can also join our Discord server, and we do give out replay packs from events like this, so you can help learn or even cast those matches yourself. So we do provide replays. There's a lot of like static electricity everywhere. I don't know if you can hear. It's everywhere. You can hear the sound effects. Only if there's a unit within range, within vision. It's a lot of electricity going on. It's fine, it's fine. But welcome on all to Antimatter once again. As a reminder, this is an insanely greedy map, and what we see, gasless. It's going to be hatch, pool, hatch out of Solar, meanwhile CC first out of ByuN. So it's all about greed. If you watched games on Neon Violet Square or on Radisson Station, you would know what this is. Just hyper greed, cutting as many corners as possible, just because of how large the map is and how easy it is to get into a 3-way setup because of that pocket base. So hyper greed out of Solar, hyper greed out of ByuN. We'll see when he throws down a 3rd TC, if he goes for a Rax into 3rd TC or Factory into 3rd base, or even skips it entirely. We'll keep an eye on our players. Here we go. Go. So now we do have our 3rd CC. So this is what we assumed would happen. This is a 3rd CC before Factory. It's actually 3rd CC before 2nd Rax. So Rax it's going to be CC first into Rax into 3rd CC. So this is one of the greediest builds you can go for. If we were casting Spirit, he would throw down a 4th CC before these Raxes even as well. So like Spirit, he does from time to time take it one step further, but outside of Spirit, like this is the greediest build you go for. So hyper greed here out of ByuN, 3 CC into 3 Rax. The greed is real. And Solo back at home will finally take his gases. Gases were delayed, just now taking them. Still just droning up as hard as he can. Just droning up as much as possible. When it comes to ByuN's build, he's going to be going for a stim timing. Because of this build, unfortunately, ByuN, he has no Reaper. Remember, there's no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout, and no Hellion Scout either, because there is no Factory. It's a stim timing, no Hellions. The Factory is only going to be used to make a reactor, to make a starport, to go for an add-on swap. So again, we're just playing blind, playing greedy. It's welcome to Antimatter. Again, based on the features of this map, this feels like the go-to. And we'll see who's able to out-greed the other. Go. Oh. In-game chat, Solo, there's no place to put the Overlord. ByuN, game over. Yeah, it's right there. No, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the translations. We appreciate it. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. That was for the chat at the start of game 1. Setting up. So now Solo, he's going for his 4th. Does expand on the left-hand side. Solo opening up the attack path here on the right. I think that's a wise choice, especially before there's any kind of tank pushes or any kind of committed play. Solo just opening up the map as much as he can. Still a lot of rocks to knock down as well. A lot of rocks, slow zones. A lot to get into. Solo, of course, embracing Ling Bane, going for his lair into Bailey Nest, into 1/1 upgrades. Now this is also greed out of Solo. He goes double Eva Chamber before the lair, so he does fixate and focus and prioritize his upgrades. This will delay Bailing's speed, bear that in mind. So Bailing's speed is going to be later this game in favor of 1/1. And ByuN, here comes the first push. Here comes the first move out. ByuN does stim in. Stim forward whilst the queens are keeping up. So he holds on. So like he does hold, he does defend. That's ByuN pushing on the right hand side as well, going for a split push. Oh. And so far he's trading decently well, but he's going to be forced back. In the end, we do hold. Meanwhile, we do have another push on the right hand side. It looks like the base is going to be denied. Nice pickup. 5th base is cancelled. But remember, that's the 5th expansion. I mean, that's crazy to think of, by the way. Here at the 7-minute mark. But the 5th base is denied. Drop into the pocket. The soul's in position. At the mine shot. Solo, he's holding on. ByuN going for another split push. So far, going to be forced back. Back. ByuN still being active, trying to get his 4th CC on location, building up his Raxes. ByuN actually double expanding, throwing down a CC in the main and a CC on location. Let's go. And even though ByuN isn't achieving too much with this drop play, at the same time Soul's also stuck at home. He's also stuck at home. Nice target firing. ByuN picks up, he pulls away. Also opening up the center of the map, knocking down those rocks, allowing him to reinforce that much easier. It's a lot of Marines. We'll see if ByuN can pull this off. As this time he's not dropping, this time he's committing with his main army. He's got his Widowmine support. Got plenty of Marines. ByuN moving in. There's a scheduled maintenance going on. I think there's someone asking in the chat about the scheduled maintenance. The maintenance was quite some time ago. It was unrelated to the issues that are happening now. I mean, they may have caused some of the issues, but the issues are server bound across all games, from my understanding. Again, they were reporting issues for Overwatch, for Hearthstone, for World of Warcraft, and for StarCraft. Just all the servers got impacted. Oh! All the games, I should say, got impacted. So far, Solo, he does keep up with the Bio Army. Shuts down the Marines. ByuN trying to force a fight off of creep, but there's plenty of Ling Bane. And it's going to be shut down. Solo, he defends well. Better angle of attack, just forcing ByuN onto creep. And Solo, he now has his Hive. The Hive is now done. Vipers are on the way. Hive upgrades as well. Solo, he maintains his 5th base. He's on 89 drones. Again, he just rushed into this kind of game state so quickly. ByuN not too far behind with 82 workers himself. Throwing down 2 more CCs. Oh, throwing down more command centers. Mine jumps going off. We get some decent connections. Likewise, ByuN, he's not gaining any ground. He's not able to push off that ramp. So like he holds the line. And now he's able to embrace his Hive tech. Specifically what? Lurkers. Getting to Hydro Lurker Viper. Solar, he's almost there. He's almost there. ByuN catching reinforcing workers. Transferring workers even. Six runs go down. Oh. Mine shots are going off. So far, Solar is keeping up. Solar, he is holding. And the scary thing here is that Solar, the entire time, his end goal has been the Lurkers. And Lurkers have arrived despite the aggression of ByuN, and the aggression has been impressive, but he hasn't done enough damage. Oh, does get a sniper Viper, but doesn't really have the best army here to break through a siege line of Lurkers. That will not happen. Or at least it shouldn't. As the Lurker count is building up, and Nicoract is on the way to counterattack. Again, ByuN trying to pull Solar apart. Solar, he's gotten there. He's gotten to his hive. Did lose his one and only Viper, which is brutal. Did lose his Vipers. Nicoract into the natural. ByuN, does he notice? He does. He does notice, does boost over. Does respond. Solar pushing in from both angles, trying to get us around. The Bio army stuck here between the armies. Solar, he doesn't commit. Nicoract is denied. Oh, yeah, bit of an awkward attack here from Solar. Bit of an awkward rotation. Does force a cancel, though. Ooh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel for ByuN. Still stuck on 4 bases. I see him moving in, going for another Nicoract. ByuN, he's ready for it. Shuts it down. Solar coming in for the dive. Oh! We get an okay mind connection, but he wants those ghosts. Doesn't quite get us around. Solar, he's... Oh my... Oh god, no! Goes up the ramp. Takes a massive shot to the face. Solar, get out of here. ByuN, he defends. He holds. He trades well. Does trade well. That was a brutal mind shot on the Ling Bane. And with that, ByuN has momentum, he counterattacks. ByuN, he wins the fight back at home, he immediately counterattacks. Clears through this creep. Banelings are lacking here for Solar. He has Lings, he has Hydras, but where are the Banelings? Decent trades with the Lings, but alas, there's just too many ghosts. Banelings now rolling in. They're ready. Just in time. Whew. Solar holds on. Meanwhile, Solar, he has yet to actually make use of those Lurkers. Nicoract are finishing up outside of the bases. Let's see if Solar can break through. Takes down more rocks. Solar, he needs another expansion. Going for the gold. Gold is on the way. Lurker's getting caught out. Sorry, getting caught out. Solar, he commits in. Takes out the CC once again. That's all he's looking for. He's off a couple of ghosts, but he does force back the command center. Doesn't get the kill though. Doesn't get the kill. Solar going for another dive. This time less certain of. Takes down the Liberator. It's a Lib. Trades somewhat against the army, but he will lose both Lurkers. Some rough losses there for Solar. CC's gonna land. ByuN, he attempts a double expand. And what's important here and what Soul's trying to accomplish is that he has map control. He has map control, he has all these bases, he has a booming economy, and his hope is to deny the expansion, is to contain and to starve ByuN out. But ByuN takes the base. Mass Mule Hammer here on the new CC. ByuN, he can now sustain himself. And Soul, he failed to deny the expansion. Now it's not a planetary yet. So Soul is coming in. And again, he wants that CC. EMPs go off, they graze the Viper. Bailey trolling in. Going for the ghosts. Easy connections. A couple of ghosts go down. But ByuN, he still holds on. He holds, he defends, he protects the 5th base. Soul's being forced back. Ooh, brutal snipes. Solo bleeding out a lot of his army. And you can see suddenly once the once the 5th base kicks in, ByuN builds up his bank. The bank just skyrockets ahead here for ByuN. And Solo's in trouble. Oof. Scan reveals the Infestor. That momentum that Solo once had is not really there anymore. ByuN is pushing forward. Solo coming in with the flank. Let's go. Fungal connects. The bird Infestor pops up. Shuts down the Bio. That's a lot of freedom, though. That's a lot of freedom. Lingbane rushes past. Takes down the CCs. Nidus comes in. Lurkers, they can finally come into play. It's been so long. Never mind. Lurkers are being forced back. ByuN, he holds. He defends. Just barely shuts down the Zerg army. Scans, gets eyes on the Infestor. He wants it, and he will get it. Infestor goes down. And Solar, he's burning through his bank. He's not remaxing. Likewise, so is ByuN. ByuN does take a little bit longer. I just find this head on. Not the most efficient fight here from Solar. He will take down the Liberator nonetheless. It takes down the Lib, forces the army back. Solar just keeps pushing. What's on the Liberator? We'll get it. Solar does push in once again. And just not allowing ByuN to recover. ByuN needs more time. Again, he has an economy to work with, but alas, we just see Solar's going for the kill, going straight for the production. Takes down some of the Raxes. Doesn't quite keep pushing in though. Solar barely not enough, waiting for the Banelings. Solar's reinforcing, he denies top right. ByuN is being distracted. Solar once again pushing himself in between the bases. Right down mid. ByuN is being turned away. Decent snipes. Oh god, decent snipes to the Banelings. They pop up, they shut down the Marines, the Marauders as well. And Solar, he's finally done it. He's finally done it. He breaks through into the natural, getting a couple more of the production. The army's just zoned outside of the bases. GG gets called, ByuN out position, and Solar, he will take a 2-0 lead in the finals. Whew, GG. A very intense game here. Again, ByuN, he had his own moments, especially when he finally took control of his own 5th base. That was a big moment for ByuN. But time and time again, Solo making use of that center location, that kind of crossroads in between the natural, the 4th, and the 5th base for ByuN. Time and time again, Solo, he was abusing that, and ByuN was going out. He was caught out time and time again. Solo able to just camp the production, push himself in between the bases. GG. GG, well played. Whew, again, a very intense game there. The Lurkers were never really a factor. Like, the Lurkers, they tried to harass from time to time, but yeah, they weren't really too much of the game itself. Just Solar, mainly relying on Lingbane Hydra, mainly relying on diving on the army. GG. GG, well played. And that leads us into game number 3. That leads us into Kill Switch. Now, that last game was a unique one as well. Don't forget, that was just hyper greed from the beginning, rushing into a 4-base economy. It was insane just how greedy both players were. But now we load into a smaller map, a map that ByuN is quite fond of. We actually did notice this map being picked quite often by ByuN during the weekend, during the course of Sparkling Tuna Cup, as well as the, I believe, as well as the WarTTV Monday as well, which also featured this map. Oh wait, sorry, I'm thinking of the other one. I'm thinking of Killer's Mile. That's it. They both have kill in their name. Thinking of the other one. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Kill Switch, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify. Down in the series 0-2, we'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. The pressure is on. It is ByuN. And spawning in at the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player with the blue Zerg from South Korea representing Team Falcons, leading the series 2-0. It is Solar. Here we go. Here we go. So we're getting into game 3. And again, welcome one and all to Kill Switch. Kill Switch has a lot going on here. There is a Naga in the main base that you can take advantage of. There are slow zones in the main as well that are protecting it from drop play, from potential harass in between the bases. So we have slow zones, we have the Zelnaga Tower, we have minerals as well to gain access to the southern half of the map. We have minerals even here at the natural, which you can mine through or even knock down the tower to fully wall this area off and zone the army away. There's a lot of factors coming into this. We have our slow zones in the center. These are destructible slow zones. You can knock down the tower and destroy the zones and open up the center if you wish. And likewise, specifically, the linear third can be quite awkward to defend. We did notice this in the previous game, how the army would have a hard time rotating between this natural and between the third. The reasoning for this is because this natural base is a little bit more exposed here to the center of the map. Armies can pick and choose between attacking up this ramp or rotating over towards that third base. It's just, the terrain is just a little bit different. Just a little bit different here. It's a little bit more awkward to rotate to keep up. So we'll see how our players will approach this. For now, we have our initial openers. We have our hatch gas pull out of Solar. He does make 6 lings, so an extra pair to defend. Pokes in. Does poke in. Picks off a ling, not bad. Takes down one Zergling, pulls away. Likewise, Solar, he does go for the linear third. Interesting. And we'll see if Solar can hold on to it. Again, we've seen players struggle to do so, but I'm curious to see how Solar will approach this. When he rotates, a good size in the expansion. This is when the Reaper starts knocking down the tower. This is getting ready. Meanwhile, back at home, ByuN going 3cc. Third CC before Starport. Economic opener, standard play here at ByuN. Nothing crazy this time. Oh, my apologies. I assumed it was going to be 3cc Banshee. It's going to be 3cc, not into Banshee. Tech Lab is on the racks. Instead, we have a Liberator on the way. Okay. So, as a result, ByuN is going to be going into faster stim. Stim is going to be faster. Instead, is going to be relying here on a Liberator to harass. It is less committed than investing into Banshees and investing into Cloak. And we'll see what ByuN can get done. ByuN pokes in. In is going to be zoned away. Lanes are amassing. And ByuN attempts to go for the dive. Emphasis on the attempts here. Lings, they do punish. Big surround. Shuts down the Hellions. And Solar holds. Solar does hold on again. ByuN did cause a distraction. Liberator in towards that pocket base. Oh, sorry, in towards the third. But you can see here one of the big features. You can see just how large the how large the mineral line is. And because that, this Liberator, even if it tries to siege up, is exposed. Is exposed here to the Queens, exposed to the Spores. It is more difficult to harass this mineral line because of how large it is. In the main as well, the Queens, they deal with this. You know, what is dead space? No dead space, not on kill switch, as Liberator gets shut down. What I'm getting at, because there's so much room behind the natural mineral line and behind the third mineral line, it means that the Spore covers more area behind the mineral line. Likewise, Queens as well. There's more ground to traverse for Queens to chase Liberators or Banshees or Oracles or Phoenixes or any kind of harassing air unit. So unlike your standard typical maps, this map particularly here has much more defendable mineral lines, both natural and third. And even the main as well, because here there's no dead space. There's no dead space behind the main mineral line. There's dead space here outside of the main, but yeah, in general, this is just a more defensive map. Easier to defend, easier to punish aggression. So there's something more unique here to kill switch. You know, ByuN expands towards his opponent. Just like the previous game, we see Solar rushing into Fast Infestation Pit in towards Fast Hive Tech. Now, last time we saw this was Solar rushing into Lingbane. At the time, it was Lingbane, Roach Ravager into Ultras. For now, because there's no Roach Horn, it looks like Lingbane straight into Ultra Tech. That seems to be the go-to here for Solar. Seems to be the build of choice. Marines, they do stim in. So far, Solar keeps up. So it's back the army. Jesus, you can see just how close we are here by ground. Oh my god. Just from 4th base to 3rd. I mean, ByuN is covering the center of the ramp here with almost his own expansion. Yeah, the rush distance by ground is shorter on this map. True. Much shorter. Meanwhile, it takes out 1, 2, 3 Queens. Very nice catch. 4 Queens even. 4 Queens go down. Solar, he's out of position. He's across the map. Oh, and Solar's losing too much. Losing far too much here. Loses all the Queens, the Bailings, the Hatchery as well. Solar, he rocks up. There's no base. There's no expansion. Solar, the run by does nothing. Looking for a way in, but it's so late. It's such a delayed run by. He does catch some reinforcements. Heads towards the mineral line. The SimCity is too good. GG gets called, Solar gets pulled apart, and ByuN, he fights back. ByuN takes a game. GG. GG, well played. We have a series, we have a back and forth. We're going to game 4. And now this is going to be Solar's map of choice. See where we're dropping. Here we go. But again, you could see how small, how short the rush is by ground on kill switch, how aggressive ByuN was able to be, and unfortunately, it looked like Solar, he was kind of he was hoping to find a 3rd base, hoping to find some aggression. Oh. Here we go. So we're getting into our next game. Getting into game 4. And Solar, his map of choice is going to be Percival. Okay. Sorry, just making the lobby. Up next we have Percival, and Percival, of course, it is, I mean, again, we've seen quite a lot of it already. We're seeing it once again as the map choice for Solar. Short rush distance by ground, true. Short rush distance also by air. And of course we have that goal base to factor in. We'll get there. As spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Percival, we have our South Korean. Zerg player. Oh god. Do we have any translations in the chat? What are they saying? Oh, Solar. I think he's saying that he's been awake since 6 in the morning. I want to say. I think that's what he just said. I don't know if he was playing. He might have been playing in the Hub Cup, right? Like, I know the Hub Cup was last night. Actually, you know what? Let's quickly confirm. Were they both awake since 6 a.m.? No shot. Yeah, we have confirmation. Solar, he was actually playing in the finals of Hub Cup. That was this morning at 6 a.m. Yeah, it's crazy. But here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner, ByuN as well, in the bottom hand corner of Persephone. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent fighting back in the series and making a series out of this. We have a Shopify, ByuN. Here we go. But yes, both ByuN and Solar, they both played in the Hub Cup earlier today, or this morning. Oh no. There's so much. I think they were saying that this is. I think they were giving praise to this map. Maybe. Because of the gold, because of the healing pad. Hard to say. So I played games until 6 a.m. and stayed up all night. Yeah. I'm pretty sure ByuN did as well, because I think both ByuN and Solar, they played in the. To be fair, I don't know if ByuN slept. Maybe he napped. He might have napped in between. But Solar made it to the finals. Funny banter. I mean, sometimes they do have some funny banter. Sometimes. As Reaper does move out. Meanwhile, shout out to Turbo Quacker in the chat. Oh my god, for the gifted sub to the community once again. Thank you. Thank you so much, Turbo Quacker. Baby, quack. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for all the quacks. All the quacks. Do appreciate the support as we are getting into game 4. And again, I'm just happy to see that we have a series, right? It's not going to be one-sided. We do have a series. We do have a back and forth. ByuN going for the third TC before Starport, economic build. And Solar going for his own third. Going for his own third base. Maybe that's why I didn't go Banshee. True. Dead Space is a great horror game back. Does Dead Space count as a horror game? I guess so. Yeah, kind of. At least the first one. More so than some of the others. I feel like Dead Space 3, they pulled back on that. Yo, you know the scariest part of Dead Space 1? When like your commander calls you up out of nowhere. And he's just like screams, Isaac! It's like, God damn. It's like, mate, I'm here. You just calm down. Maybe yell at me. Jesus. It's terrifying. Like you're in a tense moment, going through a corridor, and then he calls you up and he yells at you. It's crazy. For now, though, Banshee played. For now, it is going to be 3CZ into Banshee. We don't talk about Dead Space. Yeah. I understand. ByuN and ByuN have a plan to go to the gym at 5 p.m. So he said he can sleep 3 hours. Oh, okay. Midday in Korea. Yeah. Let's go. So Scout is going to be denied. Again, Solar, he does get eyes on the Banshee on the Starport setup here with the Tech Lab, so Solar is aware. We have Spores finishing up just in time. Looks like they were initially in position for some Banshee defense. Sorry, for the Liberator defense, but you can see, yep, they reposition. They reposition for the Banshee. They head into the mineral lines. If they were further out, it would be for Liberator. So Solar is aware. Meanwhile, setting up, getting to his own double evo chamber, into his own double upgrades. Followed by a later Bailing Nest. ByuN, meanwhile, securing himself as well. First hit space was freaky good. I think that was like a remaster recently, right? Am I crazy? Was there a remaster? Oh. Banshees do dip in. Couple of drone kills. Nothing major, nothing yet. So far, Soul is keeping up, taking the linear 4th base. Again, expanding away from ByuN. We'll see what ByuN can accomplish. Yo, let's go to the speed zones! Does speed his way through. Love to see the rotations. Oh, catching a mineral line, not bad. Soul out of position, drone's going to be going down. Nicely done, nice roasting here by ByuN. Lings, they attempt to surround, but again, it's going to be a brutal trade here against these Hellions, as the Hellions, they trade so well. They finally do fall. But for 5 drones. 5 drones and 18 Lings. Alas, they are cleaned up. Now Solo can secure himself. Get into his 4-base setup. Hydra Den on the way, going Ling Bane Hydra. ByuN does move out. Solo's been killing it lately. The Cabal Savior. I need to see Solo's matches against Clem. I need to see what happened there. I'm really curious as to how Solo performed. So now Solo diving in. Oh, getting caught out by the fire, losing the queens. Oh, he does temper us around. Does attempt, but this is going to be a better trade here for ByuN. He shuts down the Ling Bane. Ay, ay, ay. Bailing speed was not done in time. At the same time, Banshees, they pop off, and Solo, this may just be it. He may just be broken. That was a brutal fight. And with that, ByuN is going for the kill. He's going for the kill. One wrong fight, one wrong move, and that can cost you the game. That's StarCraft. Bailing's rolling in. Oh my god. Nice target firing out of ByuN. Yeah, ByuN is going for the kill. Like, he just has so much momentum here. Takes down the Lings. Bailing's they roll in once again. Decent kiting here out of ByuN. Does take a Bailing towards the end, unfortunately, but alas, GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and ByuN, he ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, Soul just having a really rough engage. Again, he waddled in. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Bailing Speed was not ready for that first fight. And again, one bad fight is all it takes at times, especially on a smaller map like Persephone. And we have an ace match. We have a back and forth. We're going to game 5. What is our final map? That is the question. Where we drop. Oh, okay. We have our final map. It is going to be, we're going to be loading into Tokamak. We go. See you later. Okay, here we go. As we're getting into game 5. And we'll see how this story ends. We shall see. Ooh. And yeah, they both confirmed that they've both been awake since the Hub Cup. They have not slept. They're feeling fatigued, feeling tired, and here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. We actually get to talk about, yeah, for our second time today. For our second game, I should say. Again, talking back to I would say the biggest feature here. One, it is a Rushes and Spike round. It does feel like a bit of a more defendable map. I say that just because there are a lot of ramps here, a lot of choke points leading in towards that third location. So you could argue you can take some earlier engagements to slow down a push. Likewise, we of course have the center hybrid base that can be knocked down by these towers. That is available. So we'll see if these bases ever come into play, if the towers come into play as well. Otherwise, we're settling in. We go. Tuan needs to send a mission to the rift and bring back Raynor. Now he's lost, mate. He's lost in the rift. He's lost in the void. And even when he comes back, he's gonna come back as Protoss. Oh no. Raynor, he's gone. He's gone. Gerald, who's been playing Protoss recently, for those that have been watching, at least the 2v2s. So been enjoying Protoss. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Even Solar as well. I think, now that I think about it, who are the Zerg players that haven't been playing Protoss recently? It's been Shin and Rogue. I think those are the only two. Like Dark, he's been playing Protoss to avoid ZVZ. Solar been playing Protoss to avoid ZVZ. Raynor, of course. Cyril, at least enjoying it in 2v2s. But yeah, Shin and Rogue, the only ones that are untainted. The only ones. At least on the Korean side. Oh. ByuN pokes in. Rotating over. Routine. Likewise, back at home, going 3cc. So once again, just a standard opener here. And last game, it wasn't like there was anything too crazy either. Like, honestly, it was just a standard move out, standard timing out of ByuN. It was just a really rough fight from Solar. As has been expressed so far throughout the series, part of that might also just be fatigue from Solar and from ByuN as well, to be fair. Both players, they've gone full degen. I would argue that ByuN has more experience going full degen. ByuN, he's no stranger to pulling all-nighters to play in tournaments. ByuN, I feel like he was one of the OGs at that, especially from the Korean scene. So ByuN, he likes it. He likes, you know, sleeping when the sun is up and waking up when the sun is down. Solar, maybe less so. Maybe less used to it. Yep. So hopefully he can bring it all together here for that final game. Until then, 3cc Banshee. Once again from ByuN. Same opener as we saw last game. I need a tournament where only Protoss players are invited, but they have to off race. Oh no. Yeah, that could be fun. I could see that happening. Hero, he has some pretty good Terran. I know that. Not too certain about the others though. But we have seen Hero off race a little bit. Oh, we've seen Dark in the International Protoss. I'm with ByuN. Sun is the devil. Give me my coffin. Oh no. Not like this. As ByuN is looking for a way in. Likewise, Banshee does hit the third base. Gets a couple of workers. Gets one, gets two. Gets two drones. Is going to be zoned away. So far, Solar, he is holding on. Does minimize his losses. ByuN going for his 5-rack setup. Getting ready on 5 Raxes, landing his 3rd CC. Solo, he does go for a safety Roach Warren. We did see this previously in the series. I believe that was in either Game 1 or Game 2. Going into double Evo Chamber into 1-1. And we have yet to determine whether this is a safe opener out of Solo or if he intends to commit. With this, he can go for 1-1 upgrades, then he can saturate his 4th base and get into Ling Bane Roach Ravager, or he can cut workers at 3 bases. So we'll see when he does decide to cut. For now, droning up a little bit further. Ooh, yeah, it's melee. Okay, it's melee upgrade, so it is just a safety Roach Warren. Just a safety Roach Warren. He's not going for range, he's going for melee. This tells us that most likely he's going to take up. Yep, taking up. We should be seeing a Bailey Nest soon, and we see an even faster Infestation Pit. This is quite greedy. Typically we see a Bailey Nest first. This pit is for the Hive to get in towards Ultras. We've seen this already quite a bit tonight. Shin is quite fond of this, going Ling Bane Roach Ravager into Ultra. It's a very safe way to get into Hive Tech, very safe way to get into the late game. As you can see, there's that Bailey Nest. Now, because of how delayed the Bailey Nest is, I am concerned about that Bailing speed timing. I'm a little bit concerned by that, but the Roach Ravager hopefully makes up for that. ByuN rotates. Here's up the creep. And pulls away. Behind this, here comes the Hive, and again, the goal here is to rush into Ultras, and we'll see if Solo can get away with it. We shall see. As he does need more time, and here comes ByuN's first 7-minute push. So here comes the first move out. It's going to be 2 tanks. 2 tanks, a good amount of bio. The Hellions, they can morph into Hellbats to help support those tanks. Yep, here they come. Hellbats are morphing in. And Solar, has he been too greedy? Remember, Bailing speed is late, so he has to rely on his Ling Roach Ravager initially. Again, we have late Bailing speed for a fast Hive, but the Hive is not going to be a factor, not when it comes to this first defense. ByuN stepping forward. Oh, gets a Queen. Let's bring down the Queen. Likewise, double drop deflected from the main. Solo so far. He's holding. So far, he's holding on. Ultra Cavern gets thrown down. Viper production has begun. And ByuN, he doesn't push in. He backs off. ByuN backs off. Again, Solo, he was vulnerable. He was cutting corners. And ByuN does not push up that ramp. He respects the army. He rotates instead. And Solar, so far, he's getting away. Oh, no, the Queens! No, the Queens get caught out. ByuN gets 2. Takes out 2 Queens, denies the creep. But again, ByuN is still taking it slow. He's taking it slow. Ultra Cavern's almost complete. Bailing speed now finishes up. Vipers have arrived, going for the just gathering energy. Getting ready for blinding clouds. Decent engage here by Solar, going for the piles. Barely gets 1 tank. Barely. Tank goes down. Drop gets deflected. Solo's holding. Solo, he's holding on. And ByuN, he's not ready for the Ultra Rush. Checking ByuN's vision. He did not check the main. He did not see the Hive. He hasn't seen the Hive. He hasn't seen the Infestation Pit. ByuN doesn't know. ByuN does not know what's going on. He's unaware. And Solar, he's been cheeky this game. It was risky. Very risky. But ByuN, it almost felt like he got into his own head. And with that, Solar, he's maxed. He's maxed out. Now, this isn't Solar's final form. Solar, he's maxed out on Ling Bane Roach Ravager. But we're going to be seeing a fight soon. And after the fight, then Solar can reinforce with Ultras. So that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for that fight. We're waiting for that moment. Collapsing in. Oof. Nice miles. Trades with the army. No major mine connections. Not yet. Yeah, Widow mines get completely shut down. Solar, he defends. now we can counterattack. And remember, as Soul is bleeding out units, you can see Ultras. Ultras are replacing what he's losing. And ByuN is not ready for the Ultras. Oh! Bleeds out more Ling Bane. May freeze up more supply, freeze up more room. Oh. Now pushing it towards the left. Does distract Solar. Solar, he responds. He bleeds out his Roach Ravager. Solar. There we go. More Ultras. 5 Ultras in production. Now, Ultras, they take time. They do take time to build up. So ByuN can try to abuse this. He scouts. He sees the Ultra Cavern. He knows. And we need Ghosts. we need Ghosts. Oh, God. It might be too late. Oh. These Ultras, they likewise need support. So now, Solar, he backs up. ByuN, now he's aware of what's been happening. Is with the army. Decent mine connections. Power bombs coming in. Power bombs, they do punish those Metamax. ByuN being forced back will take some Banelings to the face. Now this position is very secure. Very secure third base. The fourth, less so. Fourth is more open. Solar, he hasn't pushed in yet. Building up more Ultras. How many are we up to? 5, soon to be 7. 7 Ultras here for Solar. ByuN behind this. Still no Ghost Academy. Still on a very heavy Marauder composition. I mean, Mass Marauder can work. That is true. But, it's not going to be easy. Yeah, as the Ultras, they come in. They just want to hug Spappy. Oh my god, massive swipes going off. Lings, they come in from behind. We're going to force around. And ByuN gets caught out. Does get caught. Ling Bane rolling in. Once again, the SimCity working against these Ultras. But the tanks go down. Oof. More power bombs coming in. And ByuN, he may have just been broken here. There's not quite enough Ling Bane left over though. So Solar, he has to back off. He's remaxing though. Remaxing more Ultras, more Lings, more Banelings. As you can notice here, I mean, the bases are left untouched. The economy here has been untouched for Solar. He's just been applying so much pressure that ByuN has been forced to purely defend. Now he's trying to go for some drop play. It's so important here that he does alleviate that pressure, that he forces Solar back home. Without these drops, ByuN, I don't see him holding. He's trying to survive. Solar, he keeps up with the drop play. He's already in position. And Solar, he may just have too much anyway. Brutal baiting connections. Once again, they're really nice SimCity. Very nice choke point. Tussle kite against the Ultras, brings one of them down. Now going for the other. Vipers rally in. Oh! Miss Rally! Gets one. Gets almost two. A bit of a miss rally there from Solar. Every little bit counts here for ByuN, doing whatever he can. Wouldn't mind Burrow. You can see how heavily overstimmed the army is. Just very overstimmed Marauders. And Solar, he does it. He gets into the mineral line. Gets into the mineral line here. 7 SCVs go down. Whatever there's left here at the third. ByuN just cannot keep up. Again, Solar got away with so much greed this game. Remember, he went for the infestation bit before Baneling Nest. He went for the hive before Baneling Speed. Like, it was crazy just how greedy Solar was. And we spoke about how Solar was vulnerable when it came to the first ByuN push at 7 minutes, but ByuN, he didn't commit. Remember, ByuN, he only rotated. He didn't push up this ramp. ByuN, he was very tentative. He pushed towards the left, pushed towards the right. He was denying creep. He was denying fringe expansions, but ByuN, he never quite went for the kill. He didn't realize how vulnerable Solar was. Didn't realize how exposed he was. Oh, nice catch of the Banelings. Banelings go down, but that is just too much. The swarm overwhelms. GG gets caught, and Solar, he pulls it off. He takes down ByuN 3-2, becoming this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. GG. GG, well played. Again, hyper greed out of Solar, rushing into the hive, rushing into the Ultra Cavern. Unfortunately, ByuN didn't know. Unfortunately, ByuN, he did not realize. He didn't realize the greed that Solar had gone for, and didn't realize just how much Solar had gotten away with. By the time he did, it was too late. By the time he did, it was too little too late. Again, ByuN, he never scouted the main base, he never scouted the natural, he never saw the tech, he never saw the hive. And alas, Solar got away with it. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. And with that Solar, he will be our champion, and ByuN, he will be our runner-up. Regardless, GG well played. Solid performance there, solid wins from our two players. As I'm just trying to message our players. Trying to message. Oh. But I'm gonna try to message Solar to see if he has any thoughts. If you recall, for the Sparkling Tuna Cup, we did actually message ByuN, and we had like a mini interview. ByuN, he did give his thoughts on the new maps. If you remember, ByuN, he was talking about Last Fantasy, how he thought it was a good thing that we might potentially have a 3-player spawn map, and how that's good for the game to just have a little bit more variety and diversity. Outside of that, did need some more practice on some of the other maps. To really formulate any strong opinions, but we did hear that from ByuN at least. But I know Solo was really tired. I know he was really tired, so I don't know if he's if he'll be able to respond. Regardless, GG well played. Big shout out to John X Cruz in the chat. Baby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much. To a gifted sub to Felix Engine in the chat. Thank you. Time for sleep time for the boys. Yes. I know they've been up for a long time. They've been up for a long time. It's possible that Solar may have just like left his PC and just gone straight to bed. Very possible. So I don't blame them if that's the case. I know it's very early for them, but they've been up all night competing. GG. But thank you, Melissa, for the translation. Thank you. Just catching up in the chat. Solar content to battle the front door over and over again. 100%, right? Like, as long as he was getting economic damage, as long as he was trading, that was still better for Solar, just because he was being so oppressive with his army and he was being left alone at home. So for sure, could get away with it. Almost 5 a.m. True. Almost 5 a.m. in Bologna. True. Get some rest, Bobby. Get some rest. GG, well played. But for those that are just now tuning in, for those that are maybe unaware, if you want to help support the tournament, you can do so via Matcherino, !Matcherino in the chat, and you'll get a link to the Matcherino page. That is going to be available. Ooh, as that has not been updated. My apologies. Hold on. Bam, there we go. There's a Matcherino page for the tournament if you do want to support the event. Again, all that money goes towards our players, of course. Meanwhile, shout out to our supporters of the event. Shout out to Protostegosaurus, who does often help sponsor and often help fund the tournament. But more importantly, shout out to Mark BT. Mark BT is the sponsor, the main sponsor of the Tenacious Tussle. This is not funded by Patreon. This is funded by a very passionate fan of StarCraft. Very passionate member of the community, so big shout out to Mark BT for actually sponsoring and for allowing this event to run. So big shout out, thank you so much. So again, if you want to support the event, you can do so via Matcherino. Otherwise, you can also support us via Patreon. Now, our Patreon page does not actually support this tournament. It actually funds other events instead. As we switch our scenes over, catch up on the brackets. We'll sorry, catch up on our tournaments. You can see here our Patreon does help fund Sea Duckling Open, Masters 1 Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup, all funded through Patreon. So you can help support us, you can help grow the events as well if you wish. Again, it's all done to boost the prize pool of those tournaments. You can see our current Patreon goal underneath the graphic. We're almost at our next goal. Our next goal is to help boost the prize pool for our amateur events, so it's all there, it's all available if you wish. So you can support us there. Otherwise, bam, you can see the rest of our weekly schedule. The rest of our schedule here, we're going to be live later on tonight at 9 p.m. KST with, sorry, at 8 p.m. KST with some Kung Fu Cup. Kung Fu Cup is later on tonight. That is StarCraft Evolution. So Kung Fu Cup, this is an event organized by SC Boy. This is the Chinese scene, the Chinese community. In the past, they used to host World Team Leagues and Kung Fu Cups alongside World Team Leagues as well, but now they've taken a bit of a step back, and these are more variety Kung Fu Cups. What I mean by that, this week they're going to be featuring StarCraft Evolution, next week Warcraft 3 Evolution. So if you're interested in these other game modes and game mods that have their own competitive scene behind it, we have that for you tonight. So again, it's going to be Kung Fu Cup StarCraft 3 Evolution Edition here tonight. That is going to be in around 8 hours. In around 8 hours time. So do check that out at 8 p.m. KST. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be amazing. We do cast quite a lot of StarCraft Evolution here on the channel, so that's going to be another one of those SC Evo events. And again, Warcraft 3 Evolution next week. If you've missed it, I do recommend the VODs. We have covered 2 weeks so far of Warcraft 3 Evolution, and it is crazy. So what's crazy about Warcraft 3 Evolution is Warcraft 3 versus SC2, but Warcraft 3 units are so tanky. They're so tanky. It's a very different dynamic where it's almost like Protoss-esque, where the Warcraft 3 player has less units, requires a smaller economy, doesn't need as many bases, and the units they make up for may have less of them, but they're so powerful, so impactful. Mate, seeing the Mountain King dive in and thunderclap and kill like a wall of Ling Bane is crazy. Like to one-shot it, mate. So spellcasters are a big, the hero units are a big factor, whether it's the Mountain King, like the Lich, the, God, what are the others that stood out? We saw a lot of human factions, so we saw a lot of like Paladin as well. We saw a lot of Illidan, a lot of Demon Hunter when it came to the Night Elf side of things. But yeah, it was really fun. It was really fun, very different. Obviously, it's also being balanced as we speak, being actively worked upon, similar to that of StarCraft Evolution. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of good fun. And that'll be next week. Lots of casting as always, as always. The next goal is to keep being yourself. True, true. Let's go. I don't think I have a goal for the next one, but like our current goal on Patreon is to boost our amateur prize pool. From there, we'll see. I would love to have a future goal on Patreon to like pay the admins, to like pay the people that work on the event. Right now, 100% of the prize money goes towards the players, but we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Would be nice. Or next one. Never mind. We have the next goal. There you go. One more. Uno más. Uno más. But otherwise, thanks for watching. I have confirmation Solar, he went to bed. Solar and ByuN, they passed the hell out. They're good, Spappy, they're good. So with that, we're going to be wrapping up tonight. Again, our next broadcast is going to be in around 8 hours time. Actually less than that, and tomorrow we're going to be live with Euthermal's 2v2 Circuit, the March edition. Now, Euthermal's event was actually over the weekend, but we were adminning it. We were busy adminning the event, we were busy working on it behind the scenes. Because of that, we weren't able to cast it live ourselves, so we're going to be catching up via replays. We're going to be having our replay cast tomorrow. We have the podcast on Saturday. Usually the podcast is on Thursdays or Wednesdays even, but this week we are otherwise preoccupied with other events, so because of that, it's usually on Thursdays, but this week we have the Kung Fu Cup, so the podcast has been temporarily moved, and we might find a new home for the podcast in the coming weeks. So this time it's going to be on Saturday, and we have Host Masters and Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday as well. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. I'm going to go get some food, I'm going to go get some breakfast, and get ready for tonight's broadcast. Thank you for watching, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys next time. Whether it's Kung Fu Cup, whether it's Euthermal's 2v2 Circuit, we'll see you for the next broadcast. Check us out on the social medias. Check us out on YouTube. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis, so there's plenty of content there if you wish. Otherwise, we're heading off. See you next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.